Chapter 945. The valley was deep and dangerous. The long ancient road was only wide enough for one carriage to pass through. A snake-like group of people and horses slowly walked through the narrow valley. On both sides of the mountain was a peach forest that stretched for hundreds of miles. In late autumn, all the leaves had fallen off. When a gust of wind blew, the withered branches would shiver in the wind. 1,000 cavalrymen, fully equipped with saddles and swords, rode tall and strong horses. In the middle of the procession were several carriages carrying a few civil officials who could not bear to travel long distances on horseback. Chen Dong and Sun Yuxuan from the Ministry of Justice, Hu Yuanli, Shi Yu, and Wen Ao from the Ministry of Censorate went with Wu Yizong. As for Qiu Lingji from the Ministry of Revenue, Zheng Zhongbua from the Ministry of Granaries, and Hou Zhongyu and Chen Yenru from the Ministry of Works, they all followed Wu Yizong from the Golden Guards. Wu Yizong roped in the officials from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works to his side. One of these two yamens would be responsible for the renovation of the old capital of Chang'an, thus controlling large amounts of funds and workers. The other yamen would be responsible for the census and statistics of the people of Chang'an, directly controlling the household registration and tax situation. Wu Yizong clearly wanted to grasp the key points by taking control of the population, tax, allocation of funds, and construction. He wanted to control these two yamens along the way by using both carrot and stick. Qiu Lingji from the Ministry of Revenue was his in-law, so he would definitely cooperate with him. He only needed to work hard to win over the Ministry of Work. Although the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Censorate did not care about money or people, they were responsible for fixing people. The aftermath of the corruption case in Yenzhou was rippling, and the emperor was about to return to Chang'an. Chang'an's public security was bound to be greatly improved. The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court would play a major role in this. Because of this, as long as Wu Yizong controlled the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, he could monopolize all the governance of the old capital and completely exclude Yangfan. However, the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court had always been close to Yangfan. This time, the people from the two yamens clearly rejected his invitation and went with Yangfan. Perhaps Wu Zetian had already thought of this result when she transferred these people over. She had deliberately transferred these people over to create this kind of situation, balance. In Wu Zetian's heart, the Wu family was still the most trusted and most willing to use. Moreover, the reduction of Wu Yizong's military power was also a disguised form of compensation. Wu Yizong would spare no effort to rope in the officials of the Ministry of Works. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Qiu Lingji, was his relative and would definitely cooperate fully. There were many areas in which the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works would need to work closely together in the future. However, she was also worried that these people would do whatever they wanted and ruin the country's plans. She needed someone to strictly monitor and restrain Wu Yizong's power, so she specially transferred a few officials who were close to Yangfan from the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate. When these people left, they must have been instructed by her personally. Imperial Censor Shi sat alone in a carriage and walked behind in a sickly state. He had not shown himself many times along the way and was very depressed. Originally, he and Hu Yuanli were the most popular candidates for the position of Deputy Imperial Censor. Unfortunately, during the trip to Danzhou, he fell into a honey trap and was played by Miss Fang Dian. In the end, he missed a good opportunity. Following Zhang Changzong and Yang Fan's actions in Yenzhou, Hu Yuanli also solved the grain embezzlement case while overseeing Feng Zhou. However, because the evidence had fallen into someone else's hands, he could not do anything. In the end, because of the Yenzhou case, the provincial governor of Danzhou, Li Junfeng, was unable to escape the law, but he did not have any credit. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Junfeng did not want to add another crime of framing the imperial censor, he would have lost all his reputation and been removed from office. Imperial Censor Shi could only watch sadly as Hu Yuanli took advantage of this opportunity to sit on the throne of Deputy Imperial Censor. However, he became a capable subordinate of Hu Yuanli and came to Chang'an with him. What made him even sadder was that if he had really slept with Provincial Governor Li's Madame Ru, he would have vented most of his anger. However, it was not until Li Junfeng was caught by the law that he found out that Madame Ru was actually a famous prostitute from a brothel that Li Junfeng had found. With such an unbearable situation, Imperial Censor Shi was naturally depressed. In front of them, a large carriage was very lively. Chen Dong, the Minister of Justice, and Hu Yuanli, the Deputy Imperial Censor, were sitting opposite each other and playing chess. Yang Fan and Sun Yuxuan were sitting on the left and right respectively, watching the game. The two people watching the game did not have the slightest intention of watching the game without saying anything. From time to time they would comment on the two people playing chess. The four people chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The wheels of the carriage rolled and squeaked as they traveled on the ancient road of Chang'an. From time to time, the tall wheels would roll up a few withered leaves and fly in the rustling autumn wind. The carriage suddenly stopped and the curtain was lifted. When Ao walked in with a plate of glistening yellow oranges, he nodded and bowed as he said, "Hu Xianxian, General Yang, Chen Xianlang, Sun Xianlang, please eat some oranges. I bought them at the intersection just now. They can clear the body heat and improve the stomach." When the group of cruel officials was running amok in the Imperial Censorate, this Imperial Censor Shi was only a lackey of those cruel officials. After that group of cruel officials was swept away, this Imperial Censor Shi was spared. This group of new officials were not cruel officials, so the Imperial Censor Shi naturally did not dare to do evil. However, his personality of loving to flatter others still did not change. When Ao always used respectful terms to address the few high-ranking officials. Yang Fan's rank was higher than Hu Yuanli's, but Hu Yuanli was his superior. Therefore, when the few people were in the carriage, he would always greet his superior respectfully first before greeting the other officials according to their rank. Yang Fan smiled and took the plate. He said to one Ao, "Thank you, Imperial Censor Shi." When Ao felt as if his bones were lighter after receiving his thanks, he hurriedly said, "It's my pleasure, my pleasure." The Imperial Censor Shi stood aside and glanced at the chessboard. He smiled and said, "Oh, Hu Xianxian is really good at chess. I am afraid Chen Xianlang will not be able to turn the tables this time." Chen Dong snorted with a dark face. He looked very unhappy. When Ao laughed awkwardly, he had achieved his goal of flattering Chen Dong. He nodded and bowed and left. As soon as the Imperial Censor Shi left, Yang Fan laughed and said, "You are bad at chess. Why are you showing your face to the Imperial Censor Shi? What do you think? I told you not to go straight for the heart at the beginning of the game. But you didn't listen. Now you can't go on, can you?" Chen Dong glanced out of the window and said unhappily, "We have passed the Hanggu Pass and will reach Chang'an soon. The King of Hanoi has already started recruiting people as soon as he left Luoyang. Why are you still in the mood to point fingers here?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "What is there to be anxious about? The trip to Chang'an is just like the game you played with Brother Hu. It doesn't matter who takes the lead. Chess is a game of encirclement. The key to victory lies in the encirclement and the encirclement. We are still at the stage of setting up the game. As long as we have a good opening, why should we let him take the lead?" As he spoke, Yang Fan peeled an orange and put a piece into his mouth. The sweet and sour juice immediately flowed down his throat. Chen Dong glanced at him and said, "It seems like you have a card up your sleeve." Yang Fan smiled and said, "If it was King Wei who came this time, I wouldn't dare to say that I have a card up my sleeve. Even if it was King Liang, I wouldn't dare to say that I have 100% certainty. But since it is this pig-riding general who came, do you think I am more stupid than a pig?" Yang Fan pointed at the chessboard and said, being too solid and too firm, nitpicking and blindly consolidating the position, fearing that the opponent will invade, will inevitably delay the battle. The place of setting up the game doesn't necessarily have to be the territory you want. It is fine as long as it is the battlefield you choose. The key is to seize the key point and gain the advantage. Even if it is only a corner, as long as it succeeds, you will be able to occupy the high ground and break through like a hot knife through butter. Hu Yuanli stroked his beard and gave Yang Fan a meaningful look. He asked, "I wonder which corner General Yang is going to place this piece on?" Yang Fan tapped a corner of the chessboard with his fingers. Hu Yuanli's eyes narrowed, thinking that Yang Fan was about to reveal the mystery. But he saw Yang Fan shake his head calmly and said, "Buddha said, I can't say, in a luxurious bedroom, the furniture, lighting, and silk bedding all showed the wealth of this family. Although it wasn't winter yet, there was already a brazier in the luxurious bedroom, and the air was warm. A graceful beauty was sitting in front of the dressing table. Her beautiful long hair was draped over her smooth and white back. Behind her was a thin string tied with an Angela's muffin covering her full breasts. On her slender waist was a pair of jade-colored panties, faintly revealing the alluring color of her flesh. Her face was reflected in the bright bronze mirror. It was a delicate and alluring face, as tender and beautiful as a flower that had just bloomed. As soon as June Rian entered the room, she saw her enchanting and lovely appearance, and her lower abdomen immediately heated up. June Rian was in her early 30s and was a former supervisor of the Imperial College. She was one of the 3 deputy leaders of the Flood Dragon Union, mainly in charge of accounting and dealing with the government. This woman was his second wife, who he had only married for half a month. Although she came from a small family, she was extremely beautiful and gentle. He loved her very much. Just now, June Rian went to meet with the gang leader to discuss how to deal with the peerless master of the Shun Gate. He planned to go to the city early the next morning and ask Adjunct Chu if there were any influential families involved. As long as there were no officials involved, it didn't matter how good that woman was at fighting. Not to mention that there were 3,000 members of the Flood Dragon Union. She couldn't fight against 3,000 people, no matter how good she was at fighting. As long as there were no officials involved, that woman would fall into the trap no matter how good she was at fighting. "Lang Jun, you're back?" His wife saw the figure walking over from the mirror. She happened to turn around with a smile, but June Rian hugged her and threw her onto the bed. "Lang Jun, you're only thinking about doing that shameful thing as soon as you're back." The woman's eyes sparkled as she spoke shyly. June Rian had already jumped forward while laughing. With this leap, the warm and fragrant jade did not fully embrace him, but his entire body was suspended in midair. A big hand suddenly appeared and grabbed his belt. June Rian was a 7-foot-tall man. When he jumped forward again, the man grabbed him and held him in the air. This arm strength was really amazing. Then, she heard a boorish man's voice with a hint of ridicule and sarcasm as he said, "I'm sorry to disturb President June's good mood. President June, do you have time to talk to me first?" June Rian turned her head in horror and saw an extremely strong man standing firmly on the ground. His outstretched arm was still grasping her belt, and his pair of big, sharp eyes were bright and full of expression. The 3 brothers of the Gu family acted at the same time on this night. In a corner outside Chang'an City, they laid the first piece of this game for Yang Fan. Chapter 946. Li Hei slowly walked back to his mansion and entered the guest hall. He sat down and thought about what happened today. Just as he was thinking, his daughter-in-law Miao Qing suddenly stumbled in. When she saw Li Hei, she shouted, "Gong Gong, you're back! You're back!" Although Li Hei was a Jianghu person, his family had always been very strict. Seeing his daughter-in-law only wearing Yanju casual clothes and her wet hair draped over her shoulders, he was very displeased. He frowned and reprimanded, "How can you be like this? That's not proper." Before he finished, his daughter-in-law burst into tears, Grandfather, Jinyu is gone. Jinyu is gone. Li Hei was so scared that his whole body trembled and his face turned pale. He hurriedly asked, Gone? How did he go missing? Tell me clearly. Li Hei only had one son. He fell into the water and died while crossing the Sanmen Gorge in the autumn of the year before last. Now he only had his precious grandson, Li Jinyu, who was the only bloodline of the Li family. Li Hei was now in his early 60s. Although he had many wives and concubines, it would be difficult for him to have a son. Carrying on the family line, continuing the family line, and wearing mourning clothes for him after 100 years, all depended on this baby. This precious grandson was the flesh of Li Hei's heart. He was now the second deputy leader of the Jiao Dragon Society. In fact, he was the first deputy leader. He handed over the power for retirement because of his precious grandson. He used to be in charge of Chaoquan. Every year at the beginning of the year, he would go to Yangzhou and then return to Chang, and from Yangzhou, he would be outside for a whole 9 months. Thousands of brothers in the society were under his command. His position was second only to Leader 1, and his real power was enough to compete with Leader 1. It was because he wanted to see his precious grandson often that he gave up his position. Now that he heard that his grandson was gone, Li Hei's blood rushed to the top of his head and his hair stood up. He raised his hand and slapped his daughter-in-law, causing her to stumble and fall to the side. Li Hei's cheeks trembled and he shouted fiercely, How can Jinyu be missing? Tell me now. When the daughter-in-law saw that her father-in-law's eyes had turned red and he looked like he wanted to eat someone, she was so scared that she didn't dare to cry. She knelt on the ground and trembled as she replied. Jinyu was sleepy, but he refused to sleep and kept saying that he wanted to wait for you to come back. I coaxed him for a long time before he fell asleep. The daughter-in-law placed him on the Kong bed and asked the wet nurse to look after him. She then went to take a bath. When the daughter-in-law returned to the bedroom, she saw that the wet nurse had fainted on the floor. Jinyu, he was gone. Boo-hoo. Li Hei was in so much pain that his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He was someone who had been in the pugilistic world all his life. When he heard his daughter-in-law say this, he knew that this was definitely not the work of a human trafficker. Human traffickers rarely went to someone's house and directly stole a child. Besides, what kind of place was the Li family? Even if it wasn't a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, it wasn't a place that just anyone dared to barge in. To be able to go to the Li family's house and beat the wet nurse unconscious, then take a child away without anyone knowing, how could he be a thief? Li Hei knew that the other party's target was definitely not the child, but him. However, he didn't know what the other party's goal was. If they wanted money, it wouldn't matter even if he gave up all his family's wealth as long as he could protect his eldest grandson. What he was afraid of was that the other party came for revenge. If that was the case, then his precious grandson would be in danger. After spending his entire life in the pugilistic world, Li Hei's hands were also stained with dozens of lives. Li Hei was so anxious that his chest was burning as if he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a guard from the house ran in and reported loudly, Master Hei, little Lang Jun, little Lang Jun. Li Hei pounced over like a ferocious tiger and grabbed his collar. He asked with a trembling voice, What happened to Jinyu? The man pointed outside and said while panting, Someone came back with little Lang Jun. Li Hei suddenly turned his head and saw an extremely burly man who was surrounded by more than 10 thugs from the house. The man walked over with steady steps, carrying a 2- or 3-year-old child in his arms. The first deputy leader of the Flood Dragon Gang, Yan Shiwei, returned home with a gloomy face. He took off his robe and handed it to the servant girl who came to greet him. He walked into the inner room while untying the leather belt around his waist. He was originally the second deputy leader and had always accompanied the leader in Chang'an. In terms of status, he was ranked second. In terms of actual power, he was actually inferior to the third leader, Jun Ruyan, who was ranked below him. In the end, Li He handed over his power because of his son's death, so he became the first deputy leader of the Flood Dragon Gang. In the Chow Gang, the most important skills were the Chow Fist and the Chow Mouth. They were the right-hand men of the gang leader. Jun Rian was in charge of the Chow Mouth, while Li He was in charge of the Chow Fist. As the second deputy leader, his position was very awkward. He was overjoyed to be in charge of the Chow Fist. However, Li He had been in charge of the Chow Fist since his father's generation. The father and son had been in charge of the Chow Fist for decades and had many trusted subordinates. Although Li He had handed over his power, he still had great control over these Jianghu heroes. Yan Shiwei didn't live up to his title as the leader of the Chow Fist. After more than a year of hard work, he finally grasped a certain level of strength and recruited 200 to 300 people as his trusted subordinate. They were the people who wanted to annex the Shun Gang by force today. When one gang leader wanted to annex the Shun Gang, he patted his chest and took it on. He thought it would be easy to deal with the Shun Gang, but he didn't expect that he would embarrass the Flood Dragon Gang. In tonight's meeting, he wanted to immediately return the favor and gather the people of the Flood Dragon Gang to destroy the Shun Gang. However, Li He, who still controlled most of the force in the Flood Dragon Gang, strongly opposed it. It was obvious that he wanted to make a fool of himself. To tame those unruly Jianghu men, one had to rely on means and prestige. Li He didn't want to give up his power because he didn't want to lose face. Damn it, his grandson was still drinking milk. What did this old man want to do? Did he want to wait until his grandson grew up and take back the position of the Chow Fist leader? Yan Shiwei walked around the inner room with a calm face. When he looked up, he was stunned. Under the light, a square-faced man with thick, ink-like eyebrows was sitting in front of the table. Yan Shiwei would drink a bowl of cheese every night before going to bed. At this moment, the bowl of cheese that the maid had brought was in the hands of the man, and he was enjoying it with relish. The man raised his head and stared at Yan Shiwei with a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He smiled and said, "Did Leader Yan just come back? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Yan Shiwei's horrified gaze fell from that person to the long sword on the table. He cried out in alarm and hastily retreated, shouting, "Someone come! There's an assassin! Guards, come quickly!" Following Yan Shiwei's shout, the thugs of the mansion heard the alarm and rushed into the bedroom with sticks and swords in their hands. The room was filled with crashing sounds, the sound of tables and chairs breaking, the sound of things being thrown and smashed, the sound of fists and palms colliding, the sound of weapons colliding, and the sound of shouting and cursing interweaved together. With a crack, a large hole was smashed on the wooden screen by a broken corner of the table. In just a moment, the storm-like sound stopped, and the bedroom was silent. Yan Shiwei stood in the hall, protected by 4 armed guards. Hearing the silence in the bedroom, they couldn't help but look at each other. "Go. See what's going on inside?" Yan Shiwei nervously pushed the 2 guards in front of him. The 2 guards gripped their knives and braced themselves to go around the screen. They looked around and saw that the bedroom was in a mess. The 7 or 8 thugs who broke in were lying on the bed, some were hanging limply from the top of the tent, some were hanging upside down on the dressing table, some were lying on the floor full of wood shavings, and one was sitting on the floor leaning against the screen. All of them were unconscious, but the burly man who broke into the bedroom had disappeared. "Deputy Leader, that person is gone." The 2 guards looked as if they had seen a ghost. They stared at the room in shock and fear, afraid that the person would suddenly jump out of nowhere like a demon. "Gone? How is that possible?" The only way out of Yan Shiwei's bedroom was through the central room. There were no small doors or windows, so how could a living person disappear? Yan Shiwei rushed over to take a look. Everything in the room that could be broken had been broken, and the curtain was on the ground. There was indeed no place for a person to hide. The 4 guards and Yan Shiwei looked at the room in a daze. Yan Shiwei suddenly shivered and cried out involuntarily, Could it be some kind of demon? Someone at the side poked his head into the messy bedroom and said to Yen Shui, "Are there any demons or evil spirits here? Deputy leader, you should invite a Taoist priest to perform a ritual." Bullsh *T. Yen Shui was furious. He was about to turn around and scold him when he suddenly realized that the person who spoke wasn't his guard at all. The guard had fallen to the ground, unconscious. The person who was standing there and looking into the bedroom curiously was the man who had just disappeared from the bedroom. When the sky was about to brighten, someone impatiently knocked on the door of the vice president of the Flood Dragon Society. About half an hour later, Jun Ruyan hurriedly walked out of the house with dozens of hired thugs and rushed to Vice President Wen's house. Halfway there, they met Li He, who had come out from another alley. Li He also had a few dozen people with him. The two of them did not speak when they met, only nodding with cold expressions. They then cooperated and hurried towards Guild Master Wen's house. Soon, Yen Shui also appeared in town with dozens of thugs. All of them looked gloomy and hurried toward Leader Wen's house. The people who got up early noticed the abnormality and immediately thought of the great loss the Flood Dragon Society had suffered yesterday. Could it be that the Flood Dragon Society had set the time for them to take revenge on the Shun Gate this morning? Curiosity and excitement tickled them like a cat in lust. They all informed their neighbors and waited eagerly. However, they did not see the troops marching to the Shun Gate until the sun was high up in the sky. Instead, they received a piece of unbelievable news. When Chongqing, the leader of the Flood Dragon Union, was dead. The first to discover Leader Wen's death were the 8th and 9th wives of the Wen family. Leader Wen's 8th wife and 9th wife were a pair of twin sisters. They were originally prostitutes in the martial arts world, but Leader Wen took a liking to them and took them in as his wife. Leader Wen loved having them serve him in bed. Last night, it was the two sisters who served him on the bed. Today, at dawn, when the 9th wife was about to get up, she found that Leader Wen, who had been sleeping between them, was already dead. Leader Wen was enscathed and died of old age at the age of 42. Chapter 947. The headquarters of the Flood Dragon Triad was Wen Chongqing's home. The morning hall had already been set up, but because the news had just spread, there were no guests to pay their respects except for the 3 vice presidents and the stewards. The stewards gathered outside the morning hall and discussed. They had many doubts about the sudden death of President Wen. The 3 vice presidents and the young president, Wen Bin, were discussing in the living room. Wen Bin was wearing linen clothes and had a white scarf wrapped around his head. His eyes were red and swollen from crying, but the 3 vice presidents were unusually silent. Wen Bin said in a hoarse voice, "My father was so strong. How could he have died so suddenly? There must be something strange about this. Yesterday, a master came from the Shun faction. With her martial arts, she could easily kill my father. This must have something to do with her." The 3 vice presidents were still silent. Li He silently thought about his worries. Until now, he could not forget the fear and panic he felt when his grandson went missing last night. He still remembered when he snatched his precious grandson back into his arms and ordered his men to arrest the intruder. The intruder's clean and agile movements were still fresh in his mind. "If I can take your grandson away and return him to you, I can take him away again. President Li, if you want your grandson to grow up peacefully and take care of you, you'd better know what's good for you." This was what the man with amazing skills had said to him after he had defeated everyone with a wave of his hand and a kick. "What do you want me to do? Betray the Flood Dragon Triad?" "Hee, what I want to do doesn't conflict with your personal interests at all. I know what President Li is thinking. You want to leave a family business for your precious grandson so that he doesn't have to worry about food and clothing. No matter what I do, I can satisfy your request and give you more. Carry the injured away. Keep your mouths shut and don't leak anything. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing your entire family into the Wei River to feed the turtles. Warrior, please talk in the study." Thinking of the conversation with the man last night, Li Hei let out a sigh of relief. Yan Shuwei was also thinking in silence. President Yan, the Flood Dragon Triad belongs to the One family and will never be yours. You have no objections to this, right? So what? The leader of your clan's Chao Quan is you on the surface, but it's still Li Hei. That's not wrong, is it? What are you trying to say? If you have to choose between death and power and wealth, which would you choose? Yan Shuwei woke up from his recollection. He raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Li Hei and Jun Rian. Both of them were silent with sullen faces. Other than the gang leader, these two were the most influential people in the Flood Dragon Union. However, they were surprisingly silent today, which was very different from their usual behavior. Could it be Yan Shuwei's heart skipped a beat? Could it be that the two of them met someone last night? Last night, Jun Rian had been about to pounce on the beautiful woman, only to be caught in midair by someone who could have easily killed her. Jun Rian didn't believe that Master One had died a sudden death. But if Master One had been killed by someone, and there were no signs of tampering, then the culprit must be too terrifying. The person who saved the Shun men yesterday was a girl, but the person who broke into his bedroom last night was a brawny man. Where did these people come from? How many of them were there? While he was puzzled, what that person told him kept lingering in his mind. Master Jun, you're the leader of the Flood Dragon Union and a scholar. The fighting and killing in the Jianghu has nothing to do with you. You have connections with the government, which is your greatest asset. Only with this asset, even if the Flood Dragon Union doesn't exist, the White Dragon Union and the Black Dragon Union will still offer you a high salary. There's no need for you to stir up trouble. We Jianghu people do things very simply. We go in with a knife and come out with a knife. That's all. Master Jun has connections with the government. You can subdue these Jianghu people who rely on the water for a living, but you can't subdue us Jianghu people who have unknown identities. I think you understand this. What do you mean? You're different from Yan Shuwei and Li Hei. They rely on the water for a living for generations, but you're a person with an official's title. If you're lucky enough to become an official and are sent to another place, you won't be able to be the leader of the Flood Dragon Union. Or if you lose your connections with the government, you'll still have to hand over the helm of the Flood Dragon Union. You're only a vice leader of the Flood Dragon Union for money. As long as you're willing to cooperate with us, we also need you. We Jianghu people can't deal with the government. We still have to rely on you, Jun Xiaoyan. What do you want me to do? You don't need to do anything now. Tomorrow, you can even go to the city, according to your previous agreement, and listen to what Adjunct Chu has to say. We'll talk after you've made up your mind. Is that okay? Wenbin spoke angrily for a long time. Only his voice reverberated in the spacious hall. He finally felt the uneasy peace. He looked at the three vice leaders with some bewilderment. Master He, Uncle Jun, Uncle Yan, what do you say? Yan Shuwei was the leader of the Flood Dragon Union and ranked first among the three vice leaders. However, he was called last by Wenbin. He immediately felt uncomfortable. He said, "Don't be agitated, my good nephew. There's still no clear explanation for the death of our leader. If we act rashly against the Shun Union, we'll be in the wrong." In the wrong. Wenbin was tongue-tied. In this world, the fist is the law. When did the Flood Dragon Union ever reason with others except when facing gangs that are stronger than them? Now the leader of the Flood Dragon Union, Yan Shuwei, actually said that they're in the wrong. What surprised him even more was that Li Hei, who had always been at odds with Yan Shuwei, actually agreed with him. That's right. What Leader Yan said makes a lot of sense. Young leader, you don't have to be so hasty. If this is really the work of the Shun Union, we have to seek justice. But, before that, we have to find out more about them. Wenbin finally realized that something was wrong. He panicked and turned to Jun Rian. Uncle Jun, what do you say? The corner of Jun Rian's mouth twitched slightly. She said calmly, My good nephew, you should go outside and arrange the funeral first. The most important thing now is to take care of the gang leader's funeral. I'll go to the city to see Adjunct Chu later and find out how powerful the Shun Union is." Wenbin was furious. He clenched his fists and was about to object when Li He and Yan Shiwei both stood up. "Vice Leader Jun is right. Let's do that." Then, without waiting for Wenbin's reply, the three of them turned and walked out in unison. Wenbin stared blankly at their backs, a chill creeping into his heart. The first mate's white silk hung on the walls of the living room, fluttering in the wind. Wenbin was the only one left in the living room. Looking at his pale face, it seemed that he was the one who should be the one in charge of the funeral. How could this be? How could this be? What are those three old fellows trying to do? Could it be? A frightening thought suddenly welled up in his mind, but he immediately dismissed it. Impossible. It couldn't be that they coveted his position as gang leader. The special system of the Chao gang ensured its stability, making it difficult for others to usurp its position. Firstly, the Chao gang wasn't the only gang. There were other Chao gangs. You could be rude to outsiders, but internally, if you dared to disregard seniority and betray your master, you would be rejected by all the gangs. Unless you had the power to stand above all the other gangs and didn't need to care about them. But ever since the last years of the Sui dynasty, no Chao gang had been able to dominate the martial world. Moreover, the Chao gang was divided into civil and military. The Chao gang and the Chao gang were inseparable and mutually restricted each other. There was only one gang leader, and the Chao gang were second only to the gang leader, who would support the other to the position without any benefits for themselves. Thus, the Chao gang and the Chao gang could never work together. Moreover, the Wen family not only had great influence within the gang, but also outside. The daughter of the Heavenly Eagle gang's leader had just been betrothed to him, and the Heavenly Eagle gang wasn't any weaker than the Flood Dragon gang. With the help of such a powerful father-in-law, who could overturn the gang. Thinking of this, Wenbin calmed himself down and slowly walked out. Jun Rian returned to the city today to ask Chu Tianxing about the Chao gang's background. At the same time, she had to report the death. Of course, she had to report the major changes to the Flood Dragon gang to Adjunct Chu Tianxing. As for offering condolences, Adjunct Chu wouldn't go. The disciples of the Chao gang were different from the underworld and the forest gangs. In the eyes of the underworld and the forest gangs, the emperor was nothing but a fart. The business they did made them enemies of the court, but the Chao gang was different. Their rice bowls were in the hands of the government. They could do whatever they wanted in the relatively closed circle of the Chao gang, but in the eyes of the government, they were soft persimmons that could be squeezed as they pleased. When passing by Qixia Gate, Jun Rian reined in his horse. Putting aside his identity as a member of the Chao gang, he was also a scholar with scholarly honors. No gatekeeper dared to make things difficult for him when he passed through the city gates. However, there was a large group of soldiers entering the city, so he could only stop and wait. The endless stream of soldiers seemed to have traveled a long way to get here. From the war horses, weapons, and uniforms, they didn't seem like ordinary garrisons. As Jun Rian watched, many officials in Yamen uniforms appeared in the procession. Behind them, there were several carriages with official banners on them. The imperial censor, the director of the Ministry of Justice, sitting in the carriage, Hu Yuanli stroked his beard and smiled. "Haha, no one from the Chang government came to welcome us. General Yang, this show of strength has made us look bad." Yang Fan smiled. "Since the Lord of Hanoi has arrived in Chang'an first, you should have expected this. If they don't give us a welcome, we'll do it ourselves. Haha, tonight at Pingkong Square, I'll treat you. How about it?" Hu Yuanli's eyes lit up. Pingkong Square? Great. I've long heard of Pingkong Square. I heard that it's no worse than Luoyang's Ting Square. There are many enchanting and charming golden cats there. Chen Dong, who was dozing off, suddenly perked up. He coughed and said, "Golden cats?" General Yang, I can't refuse your good intentions. I must go and see for myself. Ha ha ha, you're such an introverted slut. They talked and laughed as they drove into the city. Jun Rian immediately stood by the side of the road, completely unaware that the disturbance on Ba was caused by the young man in the carriage. This disturbance was destined to sweep through the whole of Chang'an, and this was just the beginning. Chapter 948. Pingkong Square was diagonally opposite the 6 ministries of the Chang, an imperial court and many government offices. With the geographical advantage, it was convenient for the officials to enter and exit, visit prostitutes, and feast. In the Tang dynasty, officials were not allowed to visit prostitutes, and it was a fashion. Officials were the main force of visiting brothels. No wonder Pingkong Square became the center of Chang'an City's brothel. The Central Plains women who could serve wine in Pingkong Square were not only beautiful and elegant, but also had a beautiful mind. They were good at zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. The women from the western region were not good at literature, but they were good at singing and dancing. They only knew how to do sex, so there was no place for them here. However, at this moment, the Chang'an officials, gentry, and old people of aristocratic families were gathered together, but there was no beautiful girl Hung-yi reciting poems, nor was there a western region concubine dancing. The one who was pacing slowly in front of the crowd was a short, skinny man in his 50s. He was the king of Hanoi, Wu Yizong. Wu Yizong knew that Yang Fan and his group would arrive in Chang'an today, so he invited all the influential people in Chang'an in advance. Since the king of Hanoi had sent an invitation, no one would reject it. Therefore, the prefectural magistrate of Chang'an, Lu Xiantian, all the senior officials of the capital, the royal family, and the local gentry, and old people of aristocratic families were all present. The sage may come back to Chang'an for a while next year, so I will go first. The palace needs to be repaired, the roads need to be leveled and widened, the rivers need to be dredged, and there can't be any problems with the transportation. I will be accompanied by all the civil and military officials and tens of thousands of elite soldiers. I can't afford to have a lack of food supply. Wu Yizong purposely wanted to embarrass Yang Fan and the officials from the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate, delaying these people from welcoming him. But this kind of discord, it was good enough that everyone was aware of it. Naturally, he could not say it out loud, so he found an excuse for himself. Thus, the banquet turned into a lecture. The Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works have both sent people over to assist me in reorganizing the old capital. The local officials of Chang'an, the generals of the garrison, the members of the royal family, the gentry, and the elders of the rich and powerful families, please cooperate with me. If anyone is incompetent or tries to drag me down during this process, I will tell you the ugly truth. Don't blame me for being ruthless then. Ha ha ha, a hall full of beauties, it's dazzling. Nanny Hu, your silk flower shop really lives up to its reputation. I think it can be considered the #1 shop in Pingkong Lane. Come, 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 quickly invite the ladies to dance a Hu Xian for us. Hu Xian has to be performed by Hu Ji to be considered authentic. Just as Wu Yizong finished speaking, a burst of laughter came from the other side. Turning his head, Wu Yizong couldn't help but widen his eyes. Separated by a low wall was the adjacent silk flower shop. It was also on the 2nd floor and was also the largest room. The windows were wide open, and the people inside looked to be sitting on the side, not facing this side. The window was also drawn with an almost transparent curtain. Several people were sitting inside, and their faces could be seen clearly at a glance. The person in the middle was surprisingly Yang Fan. Yang Fan had Su Liang, Ma Qiao, and the others lead the 3 armies to the Xuanwu Gate in Chang'an Imperial Palace. In the past, there had been barracks for the Imperial Army outside the Xuanwu Gate. Now, it naturally belonged to them. However, ever since the Emperor moved the capital to Luoyang, the barracks had been unoccupied for a long time and had fallen into disrepair. The Ministry of Works had to send people to repair it, so they could only make do with it. Under Hu Yuanli and Chen Dong's arrangements, the officials from the Censorate and the Ministry of Justice also stayed in the Chang, an government office that belonged to that office. On the other hand, Yang Fan dragged Chen Dong, Sun Yuxuan, Hu Yuanli, Shi Yu, Wen Ao, and the others to Pingkong Square. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the place they had chosen was adjacent to the place where Wu Yizong was holding his banquet. Although they were separated by a wall and belonged to two different brothels, the sounds of music could be heard and the movements of the dancers could be seen. It was as if they were fighting in a ring. Wu Yizong had never imagined that when Yang Fan and the others arrived in Chang'an with their tails between their legs, not a single official from Chang'an would come out to welcome them. Instead of feeling indignant, they were actually enjoying themselves here, and coincidentally appeared next to him. Duguyu, who was seated, quickly swept his gaze over the guests present. Seeing that everyone had a strange expression on their faces, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In the Shi flower shop, when the madam saw that this customer was so generous, she happily agreed to make arrangements. Very soon, the servants filed in a line. 8 delicacies of water and land were laid out, and the table was filled with sumptuous dishes. Immediately after, 8 blonde, blue-eyed, snow-white, high-nosed women spread out and prepared to dance. These girls were all dressed in light tunics, wearing colorful beaded hats, and had grape-patterned long belts draped over their shoulders, revealing their enchanting, slender waists. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with an enchanting and exotic charm. They first greeted Yang Fan and the others in the Hu language. Their voices were like that of an oriole, and it was unknown what they were saying, but their voices were extremely euphemistic and pleasant to the ears. Following that, the musicians who had already taken their seats in the 2 rooms began to play, and the 8 Hu girls danced to the cheerful and powerful music. They raised their eyebrows and moved their eyes on the flowered carpet, their beaded hats slanted in red sweat. They leaned to the east and fell to the west in drunkenness, their boots frail before the lamp. Their circling and hurrying steps were all in response, their hands on their hips like the moon, whose Xian's music was lively and vigorous. It was originally more suitable for men to dance, but when the women danced, there was a kind of valiant and heroic bearing amidst their vigor. Coupled with their enchanting charm, the pointed hats and pointed chins gave them an even more enchanting flavor that could directly hook people's hearts. From beginning to end, Yang Fan did not even glance over the wall, as if he did not know that Wu Yizong was just a wall away from the opposite brothel. Even Hu Yuanli, Chen Dong, and the others only cared about stroking their beards and watching the dance, chatting cheerfully and wittily. None of them looked over. Since the team had already stood, there was no need to think about turning back. To be able to reach their current positions, they were also people who had toiled in officialdom for half their lives. How could they not understand this principle? At this moment, they were in a dilemma and had no way out. Instead, they had even lost their strength of character and integrity. Moreover, deliberately delaying the Chang'an officials and preventing them from welcoming the 1,000 cavalrymen, the Censorate, and the Ministry of Justice, although it was a disgrace to them, as a dignified prince, such a move was too narrow-minded. How could these people not be angry in their hearts? Wu Yizong stared blankly for a long time before fiercely turning back. His footsteps became heavier, and his tone also contained a kind of uncontrollable anger. I will be in charge of the Chang'an palace, streets, roads, and transportation together with Assistant Minister Chiu of the Ministry of Revenue and Assistant Minister Ho of the Ministry of Works. Everyone, good. Good dancing, good singing, good speaking. Beauty, you have worked hard. I will reward you with a cup. A burst of loud laughter interrupted Wu Yizong's words. Wu Yizong coldly turned back and saw Yang Fan raising his cup, waving and laughing at a Hu girl. This Hu Ji was dancing, but when did she ever sing and when did she ever say it? If the 2 seats were completely unrelated, it would be fine for Yang Fan to say so. Now that the two hosts were clearly showing signs of conflict, Yang Fan's words seemed to be mocking Wu Yizong. Wasn't Wu Yizong trying his best to step forward, wave his arms and reprimand loudly? Wu Yizong's face turned green and red, but he could only listen to what Yang Fan said. Yang Fan did not give him a chance to talk. If he angrily went forward to talk, what crime would he be charged with? Moreover, after the last encounter in the tenderness workshop, Wu Yizong knew that Yang Fan would not care about his life when he was angry, so he was indeed not afraid of him. At that time, not only would he not be able to do anything to Yang Fan, but it would also play into his heart. Since you are all here, and since you have met, shouldn't you welcome me? At that time, he, the dignified king of Hanoi, would also become a guest to welcome him, and raise Yang Fan's status for no reason. After the Hu Xian ended, the music changed to soft silk music. Two beautiful Hu girls sang and danced in front of the hall. The two girls were bright and enchanting, and their faces were full of smiles. They danced calmly, and their steps were light, like willow branches swaying in the wind. The other 6 beautiful Hu girls changed their clothes and scattered to the seat. They sat in front of Yang Fan, Chen Dong, and the others respectively, holding a giant cup and gently urging them to drink. Yang Fan, Sun Yuxuan, and sure you were still fine, their behavior was a bit more reserved, but Chen Dong and Hu Yuanli, the 2 old perverts, who had just encountered such delicacies of the land and sea, how could they still control themselves? They had already let the beauty Hu Ji sit on their knees, not afraid of crushing their old arms and legs. Their hands even reached into the girl's full, snow-white chest. They drank the wine, but they had to drink it with the beauty's leather cup. They ate the food, but they had to ask the beauty to feed them with chopsticks. That kind of sensual energy formed a strong contrast with the people on the other side of the wall, who had not even touched their food or wine, who only cared about listening to Wu Yizong's boastful lecture, which formed a strong contrast. Even when Ao, the imperial judge, was a little restrained in the beginning, but when he saw the ugly behavior of the others, he threw caution to the wind. He was just a small imperial judge. How could the king of Hanoi know him? If he did not stand on the side now, he would be the first to die. Thinking of this, the imperial judge made up his mind and decided to get drunk today. The beauty who had just finished her dance, with a pink neck and sweaty cheeks, smiled sweetly and put a mouthful of the wine into his mouth. The imperial judge immediately hugged the plump girl's soft waist, and his other hand reached into her breasts, grabbed the soft and big ball, and as the Hu girl moaned, he sucked on the tip of her tongue. Such an evil appearance made Wu Yizong so angry that 1 Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to the heavens. If he continued, and Yang Fan was enjoying the song and dance, with his mocking words, it would make him look like a dancer who was singing and dancing in front of the guests. If he sat down and called the Hu girls to sing and dance, it would feel like he was imitating the other party, and he would be at a disadvantage. Wu Yizong was in a dilemma. After all the forces in Ba heard the news that the leader of the Flood Dragon Triad, when Chongqing, had died, all the influential people from different gangs and factions came to pay their condolences. Even the gangs that were not on good terms with the Flood Dragon Triad came. No matter how bad the relationship was, it was not to the point where they would kill each other. Death was a big deal, and they should come to pay their condolences. Of course, the gangs that were more powerful than the Flood Dragon Triad, and the gangs that were not on good terms with the Flood Dragon Triad, could send someone to represent them. Everyone knew that it was not because of the dead leader, but because they wanted to find out how he died. Seeing was believing. The leader of the Sky Eagle Triad is here. There was a sudden commotion among the mourners, and they spontaneously made way for him. A middle-aged man in a black robe with a long beard, thick eyebrows, and wide mouth walked over slowly with a group of people. The people behind him were all important figures in the Sky Eagle Triad, including Su Lin, the helmsman of the Tsauko. In addition, there was a young woman who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She was slender and wore a jade gown and a jade skirt. When she walked, A white silk skirt that covered her legs could be vaguely seen. Her snow-white silk sleeves were narrow and tight, and her hands were wrapped in copper wristbands. She was dressed like a martial artist. The girl in martial arts clothes had a slim waist, a round chest, and long legs. Although she was only 5 or 6 out of 10, her figure could be rated 8 out of 10. However, she had thin lips and high cheekbones, which made her look a little mean. Her almond-shaped eyes were also slightly slanted out of habit, which made her look domineering. This person was Wei Xiaoxiao, the daughter of the leader of the Sky Eagle Triad, Wei Yongtang. "Father-in-law, Xiaoxiao, you're here." When Wenbin saw them, he was overjoyed to welcome them as if he had seen a family member. Wei Yongtang nodded and patted Wenbin's shoulder lightly. He glanced at Li He and Yan Shiwei, who were wearing mourning belts, and said in a deep voice, "Have you found out the cause of Leader Wen's death?" From his tone, it seemed that he could take over the Flood Dragon Triad as soon as Wen Chongqing died. Li He was secretly displeased, but he replied indifferently, "There are no wounds on him, and there's no poison in his body. We can't find any cause of death." Wei Xiaoxiao interrupted, "What cause of death? We just made enemies with the Shun Triad yesterday, and something happened to Uncle Wen today. It's obviously the doing of the Shun Triad." Wei Xiaoxiao smiled coldly and raised her eyebrows even higher. "You should go and destroy the Shun Triad now. Pick out that bitch's tendons and sell her to a brothel. Tie the 3 brothers of the Qiao family to stones and throw them into the river. More than 2,000 brothers of the Flood Dragon Triad are just watching. Aren't you afraid that the heroes of the world will laugh at you?" Chapter 949. What Miss Xiaoxiao said was not something shocking in Ba. Almost all the gangs in Ba, big and small, had done this kind of thing before. The killers weren't necessarily evil, and the victims weren't necessarily kind or innocent. It was just a rule of the underworld that big fish preyed on small fish and small fish preyed on shrimp. It was just like how some village chiefs drowned people who broke the rules of the village. People would only be afraid of you if you were more ruthless than others. This was the philosophy of survival in Ba. Miss Wei Xiaoxiao had done such a thing when she was 13. She was different from Gu Zhuting, who had also killed people when she was 13. Gu Zhuting had snuck into a military governor's office at the age of 13 and taken the head of a powerful military governor. Miss Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, had her skirt dirted by a beggar with both legs when she was 13. Miss Xiaoxiao ordered her men to drown the beggar in the Wei River. The gangs that came to pay their condolences disapproved of her arrogant attitude. The people from the gangs that were even more powerful than the Heavenly Eagle Gang were glaring at them with hostility. The 2 deputy leaders of the Flood Dragon Union and a few stewards looked displeased. Wei Yongtang frowned and turned to his daughter. "Shut up. There are so many seniors here. Do you think you have the right to speak?" Wei Yongtang turned to Li He and asked calmly, "What do you plan to do?" "The Heavenly Eagle Gang and the Flood Dragon Gang are willing to advance and retreat together and help each other." Yan Shiwei was now the leader of the Flood Dragon Gang, but Wei Yongtang also knew that the real power of the Flood Dragon Gang was in Yan Shiwei's hands. He was asking for the real leader. Yan Shiwei was repeatedly ignored by others, and his heart was very depressed. The words of the person who broke into his mansion last night were even more lingering in his heart. Li He cupped his hands at Wei Yongtang calmly and said, "Gang leader Wei, you're helping us. The Flood Dragon Gang is very grateful. We have our own plans for this. If we need help from the Heavenly Eagle Gang in the future, I, Li He, will ask for your help." Once his father-in-law arrived, Wenbin's courage grew by a lot and he immediately shouted, "What plan? I don't like what Master He said. I've long said that we should destroy the Shun sect immediately. It was you who were afraid of the slightest thing and refused to act. Now that we have my father-in-law's support, what do we have to be afraid of? The Shun sect only has that bitch who can fight. We have so many heroes on Ba, are we going to submit to her just like that? How can you speak to your elders like this?" Wei Yongtang put on the airs of an elder and reprimanded Wenbin. Originally, he had intended to form a strong alliance with the Water Dragon Triad. Now that Wen Chongqing was dead, his desire to form a marriage alliance became even stronger. He knew very well what kind of person his son-in-law was. Wenbin was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Other than being able to speak flowery words in front of women, he had no other ability. As long as his daughter married him, although the Flood Dragon Triad still had the name of the Flood Dragon Triad, it would actually belong to the Heavenly Eagle Triad. At that time, the two triad would be united, and he would be able to become a first-class triad in one fell swoop. He would be able to stand on equal footing with the Life League, Five Elements Triad, Three Rivers Triad, Circle Sect, and Peace Triad. Wei Yongtang reprimanded his son-in-law, and said to Li He with a smile, "What Master He said makes sense. Then let's deal with President Wen's funeral first. Anyway, he can't run away from the Shun sect. Isn't it just a matter of a word for us to get justice?" However, Wei Yongtang glanced at the crowd and said with authority, "A country can't be without a ruler, and a triad can't be without a leader. Now that President Wen has passed away, shouldn't we immediately ask young Master Wen to take over the position in front of President Wen's memorial tablet? This way we can offer a memorial to President Wen's spirit in heaven and tell him not to worry." Li He was silent for a moment. He looked at Yan Shiwei and said slowly, "Of course." Just as Wei Yongtang's lips curled into a smile, Li He said again, "However, our Vice President Jun has gone to the city. We should wait for him to come back before we discuss such an important matter. For now, let's deal with President Wen's funeral first." Wei Yongtang's smile froze on his lips. If he wanted to help young Master Wen ascend to the position, he naturally had to have the important people in the association present to be a form of acknowledgement. Others could be absent, but the three deputy gang masters had to be present. However, Li He said to wait for Jun Rian to come back before discussing, not to hold an ascension ceremony for Wen Bin after he came back. Discuss? What else was there to discuss? The leaders of the triads sitting on both sides of the seats immediately sensed the strangeness in Li He's words. They couldn't help but look curious. A quick-witted person immediately came up with an idea. Could it be that Wen Chongqing's sudden death had nothing to do with the smooth door, but the internal strife of the Flood Dragon Union? This was interesting. If the Flood Dragon Union really had internal strife and split up, this fat piece of meat was even more tempting than the smooth door. All the triad leaders who had confidence in taking over the divided Flood Dragon Union or could get a share of the pie unconsciously began to think about it. When Jun Rian arrived at the Chang'an local government office, a runner immediately led him to the record military advisor Chu Tianxing's office. Jun Rian had an official rank and often went in and out of the local government office. He had bribed everyone and would even give him red packets during the new year. Therefore, no one would make things difficult for him when he went in and out of the place. The record military advisor of the Chang'an local government office was a person of high status and power. In the supervision system of the Tang dynasty, the central supervision system included the censorate, and the feudal officials. The local supervision system was made up of the inspector and the record military advisor. The record military advisor was in charge of the masses, Chao Wenba, and he was in charge of good and evil. It was a combination of the political and legal committee and the disciplinary committee. Chu Tianxing, who was in charge of the judicial discipline in Chang'an, was slightly plump, with white hair, light eyebrows, narrow eyes, bald sideburns, and Buddha-like lips. He looked like an extremely loyal elder. He did not look like a military officer, but more like a good-tempered Confucian classics instructor in the Imperial College. Only his colleagues who were familiar with him knew that this person who always looked like a good person was actually a cruel and merciless person. The officials of the Tang dynasty were used to giving people nicknames. Chu Tianxing's nickname was Vulture. He didn't have an aquiline nose or sharp eagle eyes, and his appearance was nothing like a vulture's. This nickname described his behavior and character. He was like a vulture crouching on a cliff, motionless as if he was part of the rock. Only when its prey was completely defenseless or on the verge of collapsing, would it suddenly spread its wings and pounce over, using its sharp claws to hold onto the prey, and then using its sharp beak to peck open the prey's skin, pecking at the flesh and sucking blood. Jun Rian followed the Yamen runner inside, thinking about how to tell Chu Tianxing what had happened. Even though the two matters were combined into one, but whether he should first inquire about the background of the niece of the Shun sect's Qiao Bangzhu or first talk about the inexplicable death of President Wen, he had to carefully ponder over how to explain it in an orderly manner. Duke Xiaoyan is here. Come, don't stand on ceremony. Chu Tianxing was bent over a pile of official desks. As soon as he saw Jun Rian, he immediately stood up with a smile, as if he was blessed by the heavens. Although the record military advisor looked easy to talk to, Jun Rian, who was familiar with his character, didn't dare to be careless. She quickly stood still and bowed deeply. The Yamen runner who had led the way retreated. As soon as the figure disappeared from the door, Chu Tianxing's face changed and became very cold. Jun Rian had just sat down, but when she saw Chu Tianxing's expression, she quickly stood up again, feeling uneasy. Chu Silu, today I'm here. Chu Tianxing hurriedly waved his hand and interrupted her, then hurried to the door. Jun Rian closed her mouth in surprise and looked at Chu Tianxing's strange behavior. Chu Tianxing flashed to the door, looked outside, closed the door, and quickly returned. He waved to Jun Rian and whispered, "Come, let's talk in the inner room." Yes. Jun Rian couldn't help but panic when she saw Chu Tianxing's expression as if he was facing a formidable enemy. She quickly followed Chu Tianxing into the inner room. This inner room was where Chu Tianxing temporarily rested when he was tired from official business. There was a group of low cabinets against the wall, a soft couch in the room, and nothing else. Chu Tianxing stood still in the inner room and whispered to Jun Rian, "You don't have to say anything more. I already know why you're here. Chang'an is going to have a great change. Don't do anything at this time. Anything you do could be wrong." Jun Rian said hesitantly, "Chu Silu, the Flood Dragon Society." Chu Tianxing raised a hand to stop her and said, "You and I are different from those outlaws of the Flood Dragon Society. We're just providing them with some convenience and benefits. Without the Flood Dragon Society, as long as we're willing, the other gangs will still treat us as distinguished guests. The Flood Dragon Society is too arrogant, and this disaster is inevitable. Jun Xiaoyan, don't recklessly rush up at this time. I'm warning you, the waters are deep, and even I don't know the bottom. Don't get involved. When things calm down, do you think we'll miss out on benefits? Now, just sweep away the snow in front of your own door, and don't worry about the frost on other people's houses." Jun Rian said in surprise, "Chu Silu already knows about President Wen's death?" Chu Tianxing was stunned and turned pale. "What did you say? You said Wen Changxing is dead? When did he die? How did he die?" Jun Rian was also stunned. Chu Tianxing didn't know that Wen Changxing was dead? Then why was he acting like he was facing a great enemy? Jun Rian didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly told Chu Tianxing about Wen Changxing's death in detail. She also told him about how the Flood Dragon Society had sent out 200 experts in an attempt to swallow the Shun sect in one fell swoop, only to be utterly defeated by a village girl who had appeared out of nowhere. Chu Tianxing lightly slapped his forehead and paced back and forth in the room, muttering to himself, "They've already made their move? How decisive! Something big is really going to happen." Jun Rian looked at him anxiously and couldn't help but ask, "Chu Silu, what happened? Right now?" Just as he was hesitating whether or not to tell Chu Tianxing about the news of someone breaking into his house last night, Chu Tianxing suddenly turned around and said to him, "If Wen Changxing is dead, then so be it. This is just the beginning." Following this, There will be major events that neither you nor I can predict. You have to stay out of this immediately, or I'll be dragged down by you and doomed eternally. Chapter 950. June Rian's hair stood on end as she listened. Trembling with fear, she said, Chu Silu, Ba is just a group of poor people who rely on water to make a living. Is there a need to make such a big fuss over such a small benefit? What kind of big shot has taken a liking to Ba that even you are afraid of him? Chu Tianqing sneered and said, Afraid? Afraid my ass. Do I deserve to be afraid? If I'm really unlucky, it won't be because someone wants to deal with me, but because I was too slow to dodge and got caught in the crossfire. Let me tell you, right now I can't wait to run far away if not for. As if fearing that the walls might have ears, Chu Tianqing subconsciously looked around and said in a low voice, If it weren't for the fact that I'm the War Records advisor and there are some things that I can't avoid, I wouldn't even be qualified to know about it if they hadn't informed me in advance. June Rian knew Chu Tianqing's character very well. He was not the kind of person who would make a fuss over nothing. If he could make it sound so serious, then the truth must be even more serious than what he had revealed. June Rian couldn't help but jump in fright. But he couldn't figure it out. Ba's benefits were extremely generous to them, but they shouldn't be attractive to higher-level nobles. What had happened? Chu Tianqing seemed to see his confusion and said with a wry smile, Don't ask me. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know either. I don't know what kind of big shot has taken a liking to Ba, nor do I know what his goal is, nor do I know what kind of means he wants to use. Chu Tianqing sighed and said, In the eyes of an ant, a blade of grass is a tree, a rock is a mountain that's impossible to climb, and a small stream is an ocean that's impossible to cross. In its field of vision, how can it see what a real tree looks like and how tall a real mountain is? June Rian was dumbfounded. In his eyes, the captain of the Chang'an department was already crouching on a high cliff, looking down on all living things like a vulture, but he described himself as an ant walking in the crevices of a rock. An inexplicable chill suddenly struck his heart. June Rian said in a trembling voice, Chu Silu, then what should I do now? Chu Tianqing said fiercely, If it weren't for the fact that we're in the same boat, I wouldn't have revealed anything to you. Even if you've heard it, you have to bury it in your stomach and never say a word to anyone. Otherwise, before others can grind you into fine powder, I'll take your little life first. June Rian shuddered and said repeatedly, I know, then Chu Tianqing said word by word, I'm leaving the Flood Dragon Union. From now on, I won't be seeing any guests. This is the only way to avoid disaster. June Rian's heart skipped a beat, but when she thought of the generous income she got from the Flood Dragon Union every month, she was reluctant to part with it. She said hesitantly, Then, when can we? Chu Tianqing said in a stern voice, Bastard, are you willing to sacrifice your life over your wealth? If the situation had calmed down, would I not have told you? If I can't even protect myself in this storm, what else do you expect? Get lost and go home immediately. Even if the sky falls and the earth collapses, you won't care. Chu Silu, who held a high position in the Chang'an local government, was actually most worried about whether he could survive this unknown storm. June Rian couldn't imagine what kind of storm this would be, but he finally understood one thing. If Chu Silu was just an ant in this storm, then he was not even a fart. June Rian agreed repeatedly and stumbled out, only one thought lingering in his mind, avoid the door and don't see any guests. Only by doing this can I avoid disaster. In the Shihua house, red dresses fluttered, wide sleeves fluttered, and the music became decadent. After 3 rounds of wine, all the guests became unrestrained. Wu Yizhong's admonition on the opposite building became a great joke amidst the music and dancing. Wu Yizhong had already hurriedly ended the banquet with an ashen face. At this moment, the opposite building was empty, and Chen Dong and the others were even more unrestrained. Sitting next to Shigyur was a golden-haired girl with a high bun. She had a pair of sapphire blue eyes and a jade-like nose bridge. Her two voluptuous peaks were especially eye-catching under her half-opened shirt, which looked like piles of snow. However, Censor sure sat there, as if he didn't see such a bright and dazzling beauty next to him. He was in very low spirit. Yang Fan smiled and raised his cup to him, saying, "Brother Sure, please have a drink." Sure Yu was deep in thought when he heard this. He quickly raised his cup and squeezed out a smile, half-heartedly returning a toast to Yang Fan. Yang Fan smiled and said, "What, Brother Sure isn't satisfied with this beauty next to you?" Sure Yu hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, Erlang, don't think too much. It's just that I'm a little tired after such a long journey." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Brother Sure is in the prime of his life. Look at Hu Yuan and Brother Chen, these two old men are in high spirits. They haven't even said they're tired, so why are you tired?" At this moment, Chen Dong was buried in the full bosom of a beauty that could suffocate a man to death. He was kissing two red grapes, making the beauty giggle endlessly. Hu Yuanli, on the other hand, was already 80% drunk. His eyes were blank, and he sat there swaying like an urn that couldn't be tipped over. His cheeks were full of red lipstick marks. Sure Yu laughed bitterly and shook his head slightly. At this moment, Censor One withdrew his hand from the back skirt of an enchanting beauty and said with a smile, "Erlang, you don't know this. Brother Sure likes dignified and gentle women. Although these beauties are enchanting, they may not be to his taste." Sure Yu frowned, but Yang Fan smiled and said, "What's so difficult about that? It's not like the Shurwa house is full of prostitute beauties. Hurry up and help our Brother Sure choose a dignified, gentle, and talented woman who is proficient in poetry." Beside Yang Fan was a woman wearing a silk gown as thin as a cicada's wing. She was one of the beauties who was dancing on the stage. After the dance, she changed her clothes and came to serve Yang Fan. This beauty had an oval face, blonde hair, blue eyes, and a pretty face. She looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old. Her smile was very sweet. But in terms of figure, no 17 or 18 years old girl from the Central Plains could compare to her. She was wearing a colorful, tight-fitting bra that wrapped around her full bosom. Her snow-white skin was translucent, and her cleavage was deep. If she was a girl from the Central Plains, she would have to be a mature woman in her early 30s. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have such a soul-stirring hot body. This little beauty understood Chinese. As soon as Yang Fan finished talking, he lightly slapped her on the buttock. The little beauty giggled and gracefully stood up. In just a moment, the little beauty returned with a woman wearing a silk gown with narrow sleeves and a long skirt. She had a colorful embroidered silk draped over her shoulders. This woman's appearance was not very outstanding, but she had a scholarly air about her. She did not look like a prostitute, but more like a lady from a respectable family. She was in her 20s, and in the famous brothel of Pinkong Lane, she was considered old. The little beauty of the woman was holding onto the woman's arm and pointed at Sure Yu's back. She giggled and returned to Yang Fan's side. She sat next to him, grabbed his arm, and placed it on her trembling bosom. Sure Yu frowned slightly. He still refused. "No, no, no. I appreciate your kindness, but I am really not in the mood today." "Stop right there." While felicitous Rain was talking, he suddenly let out a loud roar, scaring Chen Dong, who was lying between the two jade peaks and sniffing around like a puppy. He raised his head abruptly. Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan also staggered and stared at felicitous Rain with their eyes wide open. Sure Yu leaped up from his seat and quickly pounced forward. He grabbed the elegant woman who was covering her face and trying to leave. He pulled away the hands that were covering her face. His face immediately twisted. He gritted his teeth and roared, "It's you! It's you! It's you! It's really you!" The woman panicked. She quickly shook her head and said, "It's not me, it's not me. Dear customer, you have mistaken me for someone else?" Sure Yu's expression was ferocious. He said, "Mistaken me for someone else? I will recognize you even if you turn into ashes." Miss Dian, you have deceived me so much. You have deceived me so much. Yang Fan looked at them with an amused expression. The little Hu Ji, who was clinging to him like a little bird, giggled and said, "This dear customer seems to know our sister Dian Dian." Yang Fan smiled and said, "She is called Dian Dian? Dian as in Tsai Dian or Dian as in Chi Dian?" The little Hu Ji giggled and said, "Yes, yes, it is Dian as in Chi Dian. Sister Dian Dian's skill in bed is very good. But—" She glanced at Yang Fan with a pair of enchanting blue eyes. She moved closer to his ear and said in a soft voice, "My skill in serving men is not worse than hers. Pretty man, you will know in a moment." At this time, Censor Sure tightly grabbed the girl, who had a panicked expression, and denied that she was the girl who had tricked him in Dan Province. He gritted his teeth and his expression was ferocious. He was so angry that it seemed like he wanted to tear her into pieces. However, he was born a scholar and had strict rules since he was young. He had never hit a woman. Therefore, even though he was mad with hatred, he could only stare at the girl until her face turned red. He did not know how to punish her in order to vent the anger in his heart. Yang Fan got up and walked over. He put his arm around Shi Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Shi seems to have met an old friend here. Come, 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 let's talk here." Yang Fan held him and walked to a corner of the parlor. He then turned around and signaled the panic-stricken girl to wait there and not move. When they reached a corner of the parlor, Yang Fan lowered his voice and gently persuaded, "Brother Shi, the past is the past. Speaking of which, Dian Dian was ordered by someone else and had no choice. She is not related to you, so who else would she trap if not you? If I am not wrong, ever since you returned from Dan Province, Brother Shi, I am afraid that you have not forgotten this girl, right? Ha ha, whether it is love or hate, it is all fate. Today, I will be an Iceman and redeem this girl's freedom. I will give her to you as a concubine. From now on, she can be considered to have jumped out of the mortal world and will no longer be manipulated by others. How about you? Ask her to serve you for the rest of her life as compensation. How about that?" When Shi Yu heard this, a chill ran down his spine all the way to the tip of his hair. He had goosebumps all over his body and stood there in a daze. Chapter 951. Shi Yu was dumbstruck. Yang Fan patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, "The trip to Chang'an is a good opportunity for Brother Shi. If you can make a great contribution now, do you think you won't be able to rise to the top in the future? As far as I know, Imperial Censor of the Left, Wang Changfeng, is old and ill. I'm afraid he will retire soon. Brother Shi, think about it carefully." Yang Fan finished speaking and turned to leave. Shi Yu stood there in a daze for a long time, not knowing what to do. Back then, he had rushed to Danzhou in high spirits with the intention of solving a major case and competing for the position of Imperial Censor of the Right. Who would have thought that he would be seduced by Lady Mingdian, who pretended to be a merchant's wife? As a result, he fell into the hands of Danzhou's provincial governor Li Junfeng. He didn't dare to investigate the Danzhou case anymore. When the Yenzhou case implicated Danzhou, Li Junfeng still fell into the net of the law. However, the scandal of Imperial Censor Shi Yu hadn't been exposed. In Shi Yu's opinion, Li Junfeng definitely hadn't confessed to the crime of framing him. After all, just based on the crime of embezzling grain from the Danzhou treasury, he was only exiled to Lingnan. If he confessed to another crime, he might be executed. Shi Yu had thought that this scandal would sink into the depths of the sea and no one would ever know about it. He hadn't expected Yang Fan to expose it today. Imperial Censor Shi suddenly remembered that when the corrupt officials in Yenzhou had been arrested, the court had followed the clues and arrested many important local officials. Danzhou's provincial governor Li Junfeng had been arrested by Yang Fan. Could it be that provincial governor Li had actually confessed, but Yang Fan had concealed this information? Thinking of this, Imperial Censor Shi's face turned red. But thinking deeper, Imperial Censor Shi couldn't help but tremble with fear. Why did Yang Fan help him conceal this scandal? And why did he reveal this matter to him today? When he had been hit by the immortal trap, he had thought that Lady Mingdian was really Provincial Governor Li's concubine. Only when Provincial Governor Li was arrested did he realize that she was just a prostitute that Provincial Governor Li had hired with a large sum of money. However, he didn't know where this prostitute had come from, nor did he dare to ask. Now, this woman had appeared in the silk flower house. Was this a coincidence, or was it a deliberate arrangement by Yang Fan? If it was a deliberate arrangement, then Yang Fan's use of both carrot and stick was to for a moment, sure Yu's mind was filled with thoughts. He did not know how many thoughts had crossed his mind. Suddenly, he thought of the sentence that made his heart palpitate. Imperial Censor Wang Changfeng of the Zhua Qindu was about to retire due to illness. Yang Fan walked to the side and said a few words to the girl. When the girl heard that Yang Fan wanted to redeem her, she couldn't help but be surprised and happy, but then she was filled with fear. Most people who had fallen into prostitution had no choice but to do so. Who wouldn't want to have someone to rely on? And the best ending for a prostitute was to be taken in as a concubine by a court official. She was already 24 years old, which was considered too old for a brothel. She also wasn't a peerless beauty. To be able to become the concubine of a current imperial censor was the best way out. But this imperial censor had been scammed by her before. Even though she was only a prostitute and did things for money, it wasn't up to her to choose. But would this imperial censor understand her difficulties? If he harbored hatred in his heart, when the time came, wouldn't he be able to trample on Jimmy, abuse, and oppress her? To be able to have such a good way out, the girl really couldn't bear to part with it. But when she thought of the enmity she had formed with the imperial censor, she was really extremely afraid. If only she could become the concubine of a handsome young master. Helpless, the girl couldn't help but feel an indescribable hidden bitterness towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan saw her worry and whispered a few more words in her ear. He first said a few words about the imperial censor's temperament, which was to ease people's hearts. The following words made the girl blush. She nodded her head shyly and stole a glance at the imperial censor, who was standing rooted to the ground. She gathered her courage and walked towards him. Yang Fan smiled and said, "The imperial censor's body is tired. Miss Dian, you have to serve him well. Tomorrow morning, you will pack your luggage and leave with the imperial censor." The imperial censor didn't bring his family with him this time. From now on, you will have to take care of his food and drink. The girl didn't dare to raise her head and shyly agreed in a low voice. Yang Fan then said to Chen Dong, Hu Yuanli, and the others, "It's getting late. Let's all rest here for the night." Everyone had drunk enough, the fire of passion was gradually aroused, but in front of a large crowd, it was inconvenient for them to show their wanton and unrestrained behavior. Yang Fan's words won the hearts of the people. Everyone responded one after another, each holding a beauty in their arms and swaying away. Little Hu Ji came in front of Yang Fan and stared at him with a pair of watery blue eyes. She was like a little puppy waiting for its owner to throw a bone at it. She was just short of wagging her tail. However, Yang Fan pushed her towards Chen Dong, who was swaying in front of him. He smiled and said, "You go too. Take good care of our brother Chen." Compared to the plump Dr. Chen, who was over 50 years old, it was obvious that little Hu Ji was more interested in the young, strong, and handsome heir Lang Lang. Little Hu Ji could not help but feel resentful when she heard this. Chen Dong, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He hugged little Hu Ji's shoulder and gave Yang Fan a thumbs up. He stammered, "Heir Lang, you're a good friend. I didn't make the wrong friend." The song ended and everyone dispersed. The reception hall was a mess. A few people, including the imperial censor, left with one or two attractive girls in their arms. Only Yang Fan was left sitting there quietly. Ren Wei, who was dressed in casual clothes, quietly came up to him. Yang Fan raised his head and said, Let's go to the North City first and take a look at the situation of the Thousand Horsemen camp. After that, we'll go to Ba Shang. Naturally, someone stayed behind to handle the banquet and to handle the matters of redeeming the girl. Yang Fan, on the other hand, left the Shihua house with a few trusted imperial guards and galloped towards the North City. The girl's boudoir was just like her. It was warm and elegant. An embroidered tent was laid out and the fragrance of beasts lingered in the air. The girl looked timidly at the imperial censor who she would serve for the rest of her life. She was at a loss as to what to do. The imperial censor had drunk a lot of wine at the banquet. His face was flushed. Looking at the woman in front of him, whom he hated and loved and could never forget, the imperial censor gritted his teeth and roared, "Strip!" The young lady was startled and quickly pulled off her clothes, quickly stripping herself into a naked little lamb. Her two hands did not know whether to cover the top or the bottom. Just as she was panicking, the imperial censor was burning with lust. He hugged her and threw himself onto the bed, turning all the grievances in his heart into action. Back when she was dressed as a merchant's wife, she had to pretend to be reserved and dignified. She did not dare to let loose and get intimate with the imperial censor. This time, she sincerely wanted to please her Langjun. Naturally, she gave it her all and served the imperial censor until he was on cloud 9. Her gums chattered and she moaned. It looked like the two of them were going to die together to settle their scores. The Tang dynasty had a palace in both the east and west. The north gate of the palace was called the Xuanwu Gate. However, Luoyang only had one Xuanwu Gate, but Chang'an had two. One of the two Xuanwu Gates in Chang'an was the north gate of the palace and the other was the north gate of the Daming Palace. Before the year of Jingguan, the imperial family continued to expand along the west side of the palace and built the Grand Daming Palace. Its size was not inferior to the palace. Just the Daming Palace alone was equivalent to 4.5 times the size of the Forbidden City of the Qing dynasty. One could imagine how vast it was. The north gate of the Daming Palace was called the Xuanwu Gate. The Xuanwu Gate of the palace and the Xuanwu Gate of the Daming Palace both led directly to the inner court of the palace. Therefore, these two Xuanwu Gates were the most important gates in the palace and had to be guarded by the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion. Now that the entire imperial family was in Luoyang, there was no need for strict security in the palace. The task of guarding the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion was relatively easy. Yang Fan told Su Liang and the others to take the opportunity to take people to familiarize themselves with the roads and rooms in the palace. In addition, they had to choose a site for the camp. The original site of the Imperial Army was located in the most critical part of the north side of the palace. It blocked the main road to the north of the palace. However, at that time there was only 100 horsemen. They only guarded the Xuanwu Gate of the palace. The other defense was handed over to the other troops of the Northern Yamen Imperial Army. According to Yang Fan, now that the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion had enough manpower, the entire north side of the palace must be under their absolute control. Therefore, the scope of the military camp had to be expanded. With the moat outside the north side of the city as the boundary, the entire north side was under the control of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion. In this way, if any imperial army wanted to enter the palace from the north side, they had to pass through the defense of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion. Therefore, they had to be one step ahead to delimit the scope of the barracks and send troops to guard it. It was expected that Wu Yizong would not dare to argue with them in such a sensitive place. Yang Fan rode his horse and patrolled outside the north side of the city. He confirmed the scope that Su Liang, Ma Qiao, and the others had already delimited. He told a few trusted subordinates some things to pay attention to, and then left quietly. Only Sima Shuliang and a few Lang generals knew that Yang Fan was not in the camp. Although they knew that Yang Fan had left the military camp, they did not know where he went. Even Yang Fan's sworn brother Ma Qiao did not know. This place had become the defense of the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion. Naturally, others could not find out whether Yang Fan was here or not. When Yang Fan came back, he was dressed in casual clothes. At this time, he left quietly without even changing his clothes. He quietly went to Shangba. The Xuanwu Gate was to the north of the palace. The palace was to the north of the entire Chang'an city, but Shangba was to the southeast of Chang'an city. If Yang Fan wanted to go to Shangba, he would have to cross the entire Chang'an city. At this time, Jun Rian was causing another uproar in Bahang town. Although the Flood Dragon Society did not say why Jun Rian went to Chang'an city today, everyone knew that he was the branch leader of the Chao Gang. Since the Flood Dragon Society was in such a big trouble, he would definitely return to the city to explain the current situation to the officials who supported the Flood Dragon Society. He might also want to know more about the Shun Gate. However, Jun Rian did not return. Only 2 of his trusted bodyguards came back with a piece of news. Vice President Jun suffered a stroke. According to the 2 bodyguards, when Vice President Jun returned from the city, he suddenly fell unconscious from a stroke when he was about to leave the city gate. Therefore, he was sent to the old mansion in the city to be treated by a doctor. Before the Vice President of the Flood Dragon Society, the Chief Steward, and the guests who came to pay their respects could digest this news, the 2 bodyguards brought the eldest lady of the Jun family back to the city. With such a big thing happening to Jun Rian, it was normal for his wife to return to the city to take care of him. But later, everyone realized that Jun Rian's people had emptied the Jun family's house in Shangba. They did not keep a single valuable item and moved it all back to the city. If Jun Rian was paralyzed in bed, then he would indeed lose the possibility of being the branch leader of the Chao Gang. The Jun family would have to move out of Bahang town sooner or later, but was there a need to be so impatient? Jun Rian had suffered a stroke, who had instructed the eldest lady of the Jun family to immediately move all the properties in Bahang town. The Flood Dragon Society, which was already in a state of panic, was plunged into even greater turmoil. Chapter 952. When Li He and Yan Shiwei heard the news, they immediately rushed to the city. They met the Jun family's carriage on the way, but they didn't even greet them and rushed to the Jun family's residence first. Jun Rian was indeed paralyzed in bed, his mouth crooked and eyes slanted, and saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. They couldn't ask a word because he couldn't say anything other than moaning. Jun Rian was also a ruthless person. Since Chu Silu said, "Avoid the door and don't meet outsiders," this is the only way to avoid disaster. He simply carried it out more thoroughly and became a disabled person who couldn't speak or move. Even if someone came to see him, they wouldn't be able to dig a word out of his mouth. Unfortunately, Jun Rian only knew a little about the symptoms after a stroke. He had never seen a stroke patient with his own eyes. Li He and Yan Shiwei, on the other hand, were knowledgeable. Although Jun Rian tried his best to act, he was not a good actor. Li He and Yan Shiwei could still see some clues from his eyes and the unnatural expression that he tried to twist. They were all experienced people and didn't point out that Jun Rian was pretending to be crazy. It was obvious that Jun Rian wouldn't admit it, so there was no need to do so. After a while, the Jun family's wife, Miao Qing also hurried back. When she saw her husband was paralyzed from the stroke, she immediately collapsed in front of the bed and cried. She had only married Jun Rian for a month and this happened. If Jun Rian didn't recover, he would be a widow for the rest of his life. How could she not be sad? Yan Shiwei and Li He looked at the Jun family's wife, who was crying so hard that she almost fainted. They could see that the Jun family's wife wasn't acting. That was to say, Jun Rian had pretended to have a stroke. Up until now, even his lover was kept in the dark and didn't dare to reveal the truth to his wife. What had happened? The 2 comforted her and got up to leave the Jun family's residence. Out of the long alley, Li He stood on the street for a long time without saying a word. Strangely, Yan Shiwei sat on the horse next to him and didn't move. After a long time, Yan Shiwei sighed softly and said, Master He, I'm afraid the decades of peace on Ba River are coming to an end. Li He smiled faintly and said, Has Ba River ever been peaceful? Yen Shiwei said, With wind and waves it is called Jianghu. If it wasn't peaceful, it would depend on how big the waves were. In the past, the waves could overturn other people's small boats, but they couldn't overturn our big boat. To us, that was peaceful. Now, I'm afraid there's going to be a huge storm that can capsize the Flood Dragon Society. Li He stared deeply at Yen Shiwei and said, Within a day, the leader became a dead man for no reason. The branch leader of the Cao suffered a stroke and became a living dead. Now only you, the branch leader of the Chaoquan branch leader, what do you plan to do? Yen Shiwei smiled bitterly and said, Master He, you're making fun of me by saying that. In the past, no matter how much we fought, it was always about who would take the helm. After all, we're on the same boat. Now that this storm is going to overturn the boat, I can't run away, and I can't hide from you. I hope that Master He can help me out. Ever since Li He handed over the position of the branch leader of the Chaoquan branch, the two of them started fighting openly and secretly. But now they had to help each other out to deal with the current situation. Yen Shiwei knew that the most powerful person in the Flood Dragon Society was this semi-retired Master He, so he had to lower his stance and seek cooperation. Li He was silent for a while and said slowly, Last night, an uninvited guest came to my house. Yen Shiwei's body shook and he cried out involuntarily, What? Li He revealed a faint smile and said, It seems that Vice President Yen also has a guest visiting? Yen Shiwei slowly calmed down from the shock and decided to have a frank talk with Li He. He said, That's right. Last night, someone from my house also came to visit. Someone came. Yen Shiwei told Li He what that person had said and stared at Li He. Master He, what did that guest say? Li He said, That person said the same thing as your guest. Yen Shiwei stared at him without blinking and said, Then, what did Master He say? Li He said, Looks like there's more than one of them. But even if there are a few or a dozen of them, and each of them is a good man who can fight against 100 people, they still can't control Ba. No one can make the tens of thousands of people on Ba bow their heads to him with just their fists. If you can't make a living for them, they won't listen to you even if they have to fight you to the death. Yen Shiwei said, I thought so too. They can't make me bow my head with their fists. But it's different now. You've seen how stupid Jun Ruyan is when he's pretending to be crazy. He's so scared that he'd rather give up his position as the helm of the Cao and give up his generous annual income to hide at home and pretend to have a stroke. The person who wants to control Ba must have a powerful background. Jun Ruyan fears them like a tiger. Do you think we have a higher status than this Duke Xiaoyan? Li He said, It's good that Vice Head Yen understands this. In that case, shouldn't the two of us seriously consider that uninvited guest suggestion? Yen Shiwei said, What does Master He plan to do? I'm young and inexperienced, so I'll just follow your lead. Li He saw that he was still trying to play tricks and couldn't help but laugh. If a ship is about to sink and everyone wants to live, the best way is to climb onto another ship, a bigger one. What do you think? Yen Shiwei's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you sure that's a big ship? Li He said indifferently, I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing Jun Ruyan's expression, you don't. The two of them stopped talking and looked at the long street together. As the sun set, the dark red light bathed the ancient city of Chang'an, which was as orderly as a chessboard. Standing on the long street, they were like two insignificant chess pieces on this huge chessboard. Advancing or retreating was insignificant to the chess players, but for these two chess pieces, it was a matter of life and death. The setting sun mixed the shadows of the man and the horse into a very strange shape, dragging on for a very long time. Li He stood there silently, recalling what the guest had said to him last night. He didn't quite believe it at the time, but now he had to take it out again and carefully ponder over it. Master He, I'm telling you today because I'm not afraid that you'll leak it. But remember, if you leak a single word from your mouth, don't even think about hearing your grandson call you grandpa for the rest of your life. Speak. Our goal is to consolidate the current Water Gang and rebuild the situation of the Water Gang during the end of the Sui dynasty. Haha. That's just wishful thinking. It's simply impossible. Do you think you can subdue the Flood Dragon Gang with your martial arts? Not just us, there are the Life League, the 5 Elemental Guild, the 3 Rivers Gang, the Circle Sect, and the Peace Gang that are stronger than us. These first-class gangs are rich and powerful. They have money and people if you want to use force. Even if they don't have masters who can compete with you, they can spend a lot of money to invite eccentric Jianghu people who can compete with you. What's more, if they invite the official forces behind them, unless you rebel, a patrol officer and a team of constables can make you piss your pants. Haha, you don't have to worry about whether we have the ability or not. You should be clear that if all the major waterway gangs on Bashang can be united, it will be beneficial to everyone except for the gang leaders, society leaders, and sect leaders who have inherited their positions of power and authority. After the unification, you can gather all the skilled sailors to transport the important, urgently needed, and heavy goods that are inconvenient to transport by land by ship, and other goods that are difficult to transport by water can be transported by land by land. This way, everyone's lives will be much better than they are now. There will be less competition and exclusion between gangs. Everyone will be united. Even if there are no ports, the officials along the way won't dare to extort or make things difficult for you. Otherwise, if the transport of grain is affected, the whole of Chang'an will be affected. This matter will be of great personal benefit to you. Once the water gangs are united, we will follow the original rules of the Shun sect and set up 8 elders and 36 stewards. You should know that after the gangs are united, a steward will be more powerful than a helmsman. Most importantly, at that time, you won't have to worry about your family business being taken away by others because of your grandson's young age. Right now, in the big water gangs, aside from the stable position of gang master, if the helmsmen don't have capable descendants to inherit their positions, they will inevitably have their power taken away by others after a bloody struggle. But once they are united, even if your grandson is young, he can firmly hold on to the rice bowl you left him. It won't be taken away by others, because when he is young, his affairs can be handled by other stewards, and it won't affect the affairs of the water gangs. On the other hand, if anyone has designs on your grandson, the 8 elders and 36 stewards will support you, because no one can guarantee that there won't be orphans and widows in their branch one day. Helping you today is helping them tomorrow. Thinking of this, Li He suddenly raised his head and shook the reins of his horse. He said to Yan Shui, I, Li He, am old. I only have this precious grandson. I don't want anything else but to leave a family business for my grandson so that he can eat and wear warm clothes. I'll work for whoever gives me food. What do you say? Yan Shui rolled his eyes and said through gritted teeth, Then, shall we go meet them tonight? Li He nodded, whipped his horse, and galloped away. Yan Shui stared at his receding figure for a long time. It was only when Li He's figure was about to disappear at the end of the long street that Yan Shui ruthlessly lashed his whip and led his men away. Over the past day, the Shun gang had received too many surprises or scares. Last night, they were still on tenterhooks worrying about the revenge of the Flood Dragon Triad. But this morning, they received the news of the death of Wen Chongqing, the leader of the Flood Dragon Triad. When the Wen family held a funeral, Qiao Mu anxiously waited for the people of the Flood Dragon Triad to break in openly and kill his whole family. This kind of thing had happened before. 12 years ago, there was a leader of a small gang who didn't listen to the Flood Dragon Triad because of his outstanding martial arts skills and unruly character. At that time, Wen Chongqing, who had just taken over the position of the gang leader, used him as an example and led his men to break into his house. After one night, the whole family of this hero disappeared in the surging Wei River. Today, was this scene going to repeat itself in the Qiao family? However, in the evening, the turning point came. Chapter 953. In the evening, another piece of shocking news came. Junrian, the deputy leader of the Flood Dragon Triad, had suffered a stroke. Until now, the Flood Dragon Triad still hadn't taken any action against the Shun sect. Qiao Mu was a veteran in Jianghu. Maybe his ability was not as good, but his vision was not bad. All these were enough to show that the girl did have an extremely powerful force behind her. Qiao Mu thought it through, so he stood on Gu Zhuting's side. He had no choice. Other small sects didn't care about being annexed by others as long as they could make a living, but he couldn't. He carried the glory of his ancestors, but he couldn't restore the glory of his ancestors. This had become his biggest worry. He would rather die than let the inheritance of his ancestors be destroyed. Even if there was only one boat left in the Shun sect, at least the name was still there. This might be a very stupid idea, but in Qiao Mu's belief of respecting his ancestors, this kind of persistence was the belief he had been fighting for all his life. Therefore, he couldn't give up, even if the flag of the Shun sect was already broken. If he didn't give up, under the full suppression of the Flood Dragon Triad, he could only give his ancestors an explanation with his life. In the end, the Shun sect still couldn't escape the danger of being destroyed. But now Miss Gu stood up. She might not be able to protect him forever with her martial arts, but she was obviously not alone. If the master that this young lady spoke of really had such great power, and if her master could even command the Dugu family, then wouldn't it be possible for the Shun Gate to be safe from danger? Wouldn't it be possible for the Dugu family to regain its former glory? Wouldn't it be possible for the Shun Gate to be restored? Therefore, after hearing the news of Junrian's stroke, Qiao Mu returned to his room, holding the sewn and dusty flag of the Shun sect, and thought for a long time. When he went out of his room again, he summoned his 2 brothers and several stewards of the gang, and decisively issued an order. From now on, his niece, Gu Zhuting, would be the leader of the Shun sect. There were more than 20 people in the Shun sect who could fight. These people had seen Gu Zhuting's martial arts and were naturally convinced by her, so there was no resistance to this appointment. However, all of these people were currently injured. If something were to happen now, it was likely that Miss Gu would have to take action alone. There were more than 200 strong men in the gang, but with their mediocre martial arts, having them take action would only add to the medical expenses of their already strapped lives. Then, Qiao Mu asked Zhuo Yiqing to go out with his wounds. According to Gu Zhuting's order, he went to visit the other small gangs that were also bullied by the big gangs and asked their grandmasters to come to the Shun Gate to discuss some matters. At dusk, Li He and Yan Shiwei returned from Chang'an City. They first went to the Wen Mansion and lit a stick of incense for Wen Chongqing's memorial tablet. They said a few words to young Master Wen, who was keeping vigil, and then quietly returned to their own homes. They did not mention when they would support young Master Wen to ascend to the throne, nor did they mention taking revenge on the Shun School. The leaders of the small gangs who received Qiao Mu's invitation did not go to the Shun sect immediately. Instead, they kept a close eye on the Flood Dragon cult's reaction. They were not as powerful or capable as the Flood Dragon cult, but it didn't mean that they were not as smart. The abnormal behavior of the Flood Dragon cult made them decisively walk out of their homes and rush to the Qiao family. Obviously, there was going to be a change in Ba. Although the Shun sect had not revealed their trump card, judging from the reaction of the Flood Dragon cult, they must have something to rely on. It was always good for them to go to the Shun sect and find out what was going on. Compared with the Flood Dragon cult, they were closer to the Shun sect, which had also been bullied. "Brother Qiao, how are you?" When the leaders of the small gangs arrived at the Qiao family, they pretended to ask about Qiao Mu's injury, but their eyes kept glancing at Gu Zhuting. Although they had long known that it was this woman who made the Flood Dragon cult suffer a great loss. The leader of the Flood Dragon cult died suddenly, the helmsman of the Tsauko suffered a stroke, the helmsman of the Chaoquan school, and another deputy leader of the Chaoquan school didn't dare to say anything because of her. But when they saw her with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe that she was such a delicate and timid woman. Her waist wasn't even as thick as my thigh. After Qiao Mu introduced Gu Zhuting one by one, he said to the leaders, "This is my niece. Her surname is Gu. From now on, she is the helmsman of the Chaoquan school of the Shun sect. I'm injured and need to recuperate for a while, so she is now in charge of all the affairs of the Shun sect. Today, I invited you here because I have something to discuss with you. Zhuting, tell your uncles about it." Gu Zhuting nodded and neatly cupped her hands to the crowd. Then, she said in a clear voice, "Seniors, in terms of seniority and age, I, a junior, have no place to speak in the Shun sect. Since my uncle has put this burden on my shoulders and my brothers trust me, I have no choice but to take this responsibility. I'm young and inexperienced. If I've said something wrong, please forgive me." Han Yuantang of the Iron Helm Gang said, "In Jianghu, those who are capable come first. Miss Gu, don't stand on ceremony. Our muscles and bones are rusty, but our old eyes are still sharp. We know what happened on Ba in the past 2 days. If we really compare, we are old loaches in a shallow ditch, while you are a dragon girl in a big river. If you have anything to say, just say it." "Okay," Gu Zhuting said straightforwardly, "you are all like our Shun sect. You are all bullied by those big gangs and sects, and you all seek a way to survive through the fingers of others. Now that I'm the helmsman of the Chaoquan school of the Shun sect, I have to think about the Shun sect. I wonder, if we all stick together, will others still treat us as pushovers? Seniors, each of you has 5 or 6 boats and 100 brothers. If we stick together, we will have 30 or 40 boats and 800 or 900 brothers. At that time, let alone others, at least gangs like the Flood Dragon cult will not dare to bully us casually." Han Yuantang frowned and interrupted Gu Zhuting. "Miss Gu, you must have never been in the transportation business, haven't you? Some things are not as simple as you say." Gu Zhuting smiled and said, "Please enlighten me, senior." Han Yuantang said, "If it's just to stick together, do you think we will wait until now? Brother Qiao's Shun sect is an old name. It used to be the most famous signboard in the underworld. Brother Qiao doesn't want to ruin his ancestral business, but we don't have such concerns. We've worked hard for half of our lives and pieced together these broken boats just to make a living. If we could have a big tree to rely on, we'd be more than happy to have it. But we have too many people and too few boats. Those big sects don't care about us. It's even harder to make a living on our own. Our boats are neither big nor small, and our disciples' water skills are just passable. We can't take some jobs, and we don't dare to take some that we can, because those big gangs won't let us go if we block their way of making money. They don't need to use force, but they will make trouble for you along the way, and you won't be able to continue your business. From collecting taxes and grain to shipping, from Yangzhou to Chang'an, all the profitable places had long been divided up by the big gangs and sections. We were weak, and we didn't have the Chao Ko to take care of, so we could only follow behind the big gangs and sects, picking up the scattered businesses that they were too lazy to do or that weren't profitable. Those big gangs have connections, means, and backers. That's why they want to do business as big as possible. We don't have any of these things. We only have a few broken boats and 100 brothers, and we can barely fill our stomachs. Once we stick together, how can we do business?" Gu Zhuting's clear eyes swept across the crowd and asked, "Seniors, do you all have the same concerns?" The crowd nodded one after another, all talking at once, sighing endlessly. Gu Zhuting smiled and said, "If I say that these are not problems for me, then would you all be willing to join me?" The crowd listened and looked at each other. Han Yuantang asked doubtfully, "Miss, do you really have this ability?" It was no wonder that he didn't believe her. If the Shun Gate could solve these problems, why would they need to pull them in? They had fewer boats and more people, and their skills in sailing were poor, so they would be a burden to others. Just as Gu Zhuting was about to speak, Zhuo Yiqing suddenly walked in and rushed to Gu Zhuting's side. He whispered a few words into her ear. Gu Zhuting smiled lightly, and a pair of attractive dimples appeared on her cheeks. "Uncles, please follow Brother Zhuo. I'll treat you to a good show." At night, Baishang town was still bustling with activity. This place was originally a relatively isolated environment. Other than transporting water, the locals were mostly doing business. Therefore, the gradually desolate atmosphere of the long streets in Chang'an City before the curfew could not be seen here. The people strolling on the streets were still taking leisurely steps, and the small businesses were still doing well. The taverns were bustling with noise, and the gambling dens were shouting and drinking. The gamblers were shouting until their ears were red, and the low-end brothels had red lanterns hanging high. The sounds of birds chirping could be heard. Baishang town at night was even livelier than during the day. There were more than 40,000 watermen and sailors in Baishang town, and this did not include the families of those who were already married. Adding on the original families of the town's farmers, and some merchants who came to the town to do business as watermen, it formed a special group with a high population density. The main force of this group was the tens of thousands of watermen and sailors. Most of them were bachelors. Wine, women, avarice, and anger were their favorite places to spend their time, and thus caused the abnormal prosperity of Baishang town. This abnormal prosperity appeared at the end of every year, because the watermen had all returned to the town, and it was especially lively. When they were about to reach Baishang town, Yang Fan changed his appearance. A messy beard appeared under his chin, and his eyes were still handsome. Because of this beard, it gave him a bit more of a rough and heroic feeling of a Jianghu person. This was something Yang Fan had learned from Ah Nu before he left the capital. It could not be said to be very brilliant, but it was just a simple disguise. It could not be hidden from acquaintances, but it was enough to deceive people in Baishang town. Yang Fan had just entered the town with his horse, and from the way the townspeople looked at them, he felt that something was wrong. This was not Luoyang City, nor was it Chang'an City. It was not the kind of big city where scholars and merchants from all over the world came to study. Here, even if there was only one person, as long as you were a stranger, it would be like a drop of water splashed into a pot of boiling oil, immediately attracting the attention of the people of Baishang town. Although Baishang town had a population of more than 100,000, and not all of the townspeople knew each other, but from a person's attire and temperament, they could easily distinguish whether you were a townspeople or not. Yang Fan's group of 5 was a bigger target. Moreover, such a big incident had just happened in the town today, which made it even more eye-catching. Yang Fan had not yet made contact with Gu Zhuting, so he did not know how the situation was going. It was not suitable for others to know his purpose now, so he decisively dispelled the idea of directly going to the Shun Gate. In a low voice, he said to Renwei, "Let's first find an inn, and stay there before we talk." Chapter 954. A rotten ship still had 3 caddies of nails. The 3 caddies of nails from the Shun Gate were reflected in their Ju-Yi Hall. All these years, the Shun Gate was Wang Shao Heir's new year. Everything that could be sold had been sold, and everything that could be pawned had been pawned. The only thing that was still decent was this Ju-Yi Hall. Although the paint on the pillars was peeling, they still firmly supported the spacious hall. There was nothing left of this Ju-Yi Hall that was built during the reign of Emperor Wen of Sui, except for the huge seating screen that was made up of 36 screens. The seating screen was extremely old, but from the intricate carvings and the complicated and vivid river patterns, one could still vaguely see the grandeur of this hall that could accommodate hundreds of heroes at the same time. Gu Zhuting entered the Ju-Yi Hall under the guidance of 2 disciples of the Shun Gate. The empty Ju-Yi Hall no longer had a main seat, only 2 rows of seats facing each other. In this huge hall, there were only 2 rows of seats, 3 seats facing each other. It was too cold and cheerless. The people sitting on the guest seats were Li He and Yan Shiwei. From their attire, it was obvious that they had disguised themselves before coming. They naturally had a way to hide from the eyes of the townspeople and sneak into the Shun Gate to pay a secret visit. Seeing Gu Zhuting enter, the two hurriedly stood up and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Miss Gu." While the two of them were speaking, they were sizing up Gu Zhuting. Seeing Gu Zhuting's appearance, the two of them couldn't conceal their astonishment. Perhaps in their opinion, this woman who could fight 100 enemies, even though she was a woman, should be 2 zhang tall. Her arms should be able to run like a horse, and her fists should be able to stand like a man. They didn't expect her to be such a delicate beauty. Although she had a strong figure, light steps, and a hint of heroic spirit, her appearance was obviously very different from the heroine who could defeat 100 people of the Flood Dragon Gang in their hearts. "Greetings, Master He. Master Yan. 2 seniors, please take a seat." Gu Zhuting invited the two to take a seat and sat opposite them. She said with a smile, "I thought the 2 seniors would only come tomorrow. I didn't expect you to come tonight. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you." Yan Shiwei thought she was teasing him and could only smile awkwardly. Li He suddenly thought of something and said, "Tomorrow? Could it be that something is going to happen tonight?" Gu Zhuting smiled faintly and said, "I wonder if Master He and Master Yan would be able to lead the Flood Dragon Union if Wenbin was still around. Or are you willing to bear the reputation of betraying your master? If you can't or aren't willing, then I'll do it on your behalf and save you the trouble." Li He and Yan Shiwei looked at each other in shock. Could it be that the young master will also pass away tonight? Thinking of this possibility, even a veteran like Li He felt his scalp tingle. Gu Zhuting's bright eyes swept over them as she spoke in an indifferent manner. "Haha, these are all insignificant matters. Let's not talk about them. Since the 2 seniors are willing to come, I believe that you have considered our previous suggestion. May I know what the 2 seniors have decided?" Li He calmed himself down and said slowly, "Miss Gu, if we agree, the 2,000 brothers of the Flood Dragon Gang will be on your boat, and we will have to rely on you to feed us in the future. Don't you think you should tell us the truth? Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, we won't be able to explain it to our brothers. Since Master He and Master Yan are so straightforward, I should be honest with you." Gu Zhuting straightened her slender waist and stood up nimbly. She clapped her hands 3 times and said loudly, "Invite Mr. Dugu to meet the guests." After noticing the vigilant gazes of the townspeople, Yang Fan immediately slowed down his pace. He wanted to find an inn to stay in first. There were lights everywhere in the market, and people were walking to and fro. Sheds, stalls, and shops crowded the street. Countless signboards and banners were sticking out of the shops on both sides of the road. When a slightly taller person walked in the alley, those signboards and banners would gently brush past his head. A few people slowly walking in front of him suddenly attracted Yang Fan's attention. One of them was very tall and wore a white robe that looked like a loose nightgown. He also had a thick shawl draped over his shoulder and a white square scarf with a hexagonal pattern on his head. The scarf was fastened to his head by a metal ring as wide as a finger. At a glance, it was obvious that he was an Arab. The people walking on his left and right were obviously his bodyguard. These warriors were dressed in simple clothes. Outside of their undergarments, a long brown cloth was draped diagonally over their shoulders. This could be considered their outer clothing. Their heads were also wrapped with square scarves of the same color. In their hands was a thin sword without a scabbard, only wrapped in a rag. This bearded Arab with sunken eyes and a straight nose was looking around as he walked. He seemed to be very curious about the situation in Baishang town. It seemed that he had also just arrived at Ba. Suddenly, someone from the 2nd floor of the small building splashed a basin of water down. The water splashed at his feet, dirtying his white robe. Several of the warriors were enraged and immediately raised their heads. Like loyal dogs that had seen someone harm their master, they bared their fangs and growled threateningly. The white-robed Arab also raised his head in anger. However, the anger in his eyes quickly turned into surprise. There was a naked woman in the window. Yang Fan was standing at the side, and he could see her naked appearance from there. The woman did not feel the slightest bit of shame towards her naked body. She only looked a little cold. After splashing the water, she put down the wooden basin and reached out to close the window. As she bent down, a pair of plump breasts dangled down, making them seem even larger. Yang Fan knew who this woman was. There were many prostitutes in this town, but the prostitutes that specialized in the business of these laborers and sailors were naturally not of high quality. This woman's appearance was very ordinary, and she was a little chubby. However, her skin was very white. The Arab merchant raised his head and said excitedly, "Look, look, look at what I see. That white skin is like a silver coin on a porcelain plate, or like a white antelope in the wilderness. Her face is like a full moon, and her plump breasts are like two large pomegranates." He did not expect this Arab to speak in the language of the Central Plains. However, his tone was a little strange, and there was a hint of a foreigner's accent. The woman on the second floor poked her head out and fiercely scolded, "Yiksha ghost, get lost! What are you blabbering about?" A golden-haired and blue-eyed brat popped out from behind the Arabian merchant's robe. He was not very tall, only about 12 or 13 years old. Hands on his hips, he hopped up the stairs and yelled, "Hey! Madam, don't be as blind as a bat. Our master is the most famous poet in Basra. His poems drive countless noble ladies crazy. Every word he says is like pearls falling on a plate." Although the woman on the second floor was a cheap prostitute who only knew how to sell flesh, and she might not even know how to read, as someone who was born in the country of poetry, she clearly had the ability to appreciate poetry. With just one word, she fully expressed her evaluation of this lousy poem. Bah! The woman slammed the window shut. The Arab merchant looked at the woman's back before the window closed and was still in the mood to write a poem. Ah! Her angry eyes are like a nightingale that has seen a bug. Her angrily trembling belly is like the white of a fish's belly at dawn. She gracefully turned around and left, like an antelope, swaying her plump buttocks with her swaying waist. The blonde imp made a heart shape with his hands, and with a pair of beautiful blue eyes, he praised in an intoxicated manner, "Ah! What a beautiful poem! What a beautiful poem! Like the first ray of dawn through the morning mist, like the first drop of morning dew on a green leaf, ah!" The great poet from a faraway country probably liked to use body language to accompany his recitation. As he recited the poem, he danced with joy. A drunkard who walked out of a small tavern happened to be caught in the eye by him. The drunkard was enraged and raised his hand to slap the poet. He scolded, "Do you not have eyes?" The great poet retreated awkwardly and angrily said to the drunkard, "You dare to humiliate me? You dare to humiliate the Honorable Abdul Shahman bin Aziz bin Hakam. Only a donkey is used to being humiliated. An honorable sir, a free man, even a camel will not swallow this insult." The drunkard was about to walk away when he was amused by the poet's words. He stared at the Arab with a pair of bloodshot eyes and said, You demon, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you want to do?" The poet adjusted his headband in annoyance and sternly said, "A wolf will howl at a man without the protection of a dog, but when facing a strong man like a lion, there is only respect. I, the Honorable Mr. Abdul Shahman bin Aziz bin Hakam, for the sake of defending my dignity, want to duel with you. Go to hell." As soon as the poet said this, his warriors immediately lowered their shoulders and arched their waists, assuming an attacking posture. At the same time, they bared their snow-white teeth and growled threateningly from their throat. Their hands also tightly gripped the cylindrical and slender hilts of their swords. "Yo-ho, you want to duel with me?" The drunkard was overjoyed. He looked left and right, cupped his hands over his mouth and shouted, "There's a demon looking for trouble with our Three Rivers gang. Brothers, charge!" Whoosh! Countless people swarmed out from the taverns, shops, and street. Even the peddlers who had set up stalls by the roadside jumped out, tightly blocking the two ends of the street. The Hu warriors with their long cloths did not show the slightest fear. They continued to bare their white teeth and widen their fierce eyes. However, the great poet seemed to be shocked by the situation. His angry expression quickly calmed down, and he said in a reserved tone, "Those who forgive will be forgiven by Allah. I will not lower myself to the level of a barbarian like you. Let's go, Abbas." The poet called out to his golden-haired attendant and turned to leave, but the entire street was blocked by the people of the Three Rivers gang. There was no way out. The drunkard stood on the side with his arms crossed and a cold smile on his face. The Arab poet's sudden change from arrogance to deference was truly frightening. Yang Fan suppressed his laughter and stepped forward, saying, "Brothers of the same gang should help each other. However, there is no need to make such a big fuss over a small dispute. Bullying foreigners is not a good reputation." Chapter 955. The drunkard glared at Yang Fan and said, "Who do you think you are? This is the Three River Gang's business." When did it become? Before he could finish, he was pulled away by a strong man in his 30s. It seemed that this man had a high status in the Three River Gang. As soon as he appeared, the people of the Three River Gang immediately stopped making noise. When the drunkard turned around and saw that it was him, he immediately shut his mouth. The man looked up and down at Yang Fan. When he saw that Yang Fan was standing alone in the middle of the heavy encirclement, his expression was calm and without fear. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Ever since the Flood Dragon Gang had been in trouble, all the gangs on Ba were in a state of panic. This man was not from Ba, and yet he was so calm in the middle of the encirclement. This made the steward feel a bit of fear. He looked at Yang Fan and said with a fake smile, "This brother is right. It's just a quarrel. It's not good to make a big fuss. Everyone disperse, disperse." As soon as the man spoke, the people of the Three River Gang immediately dispersed. The other gangs saw that the two sides were not fighting, so they also dispersed. As they walked, they looked back and whispered to each other. Obviously, they were all guessing at Yang Fan's identity. The steward of the Three River Gang looked deeply at Yang Fan and turned to leave. The poet heaved a sigh of relief. Placing his hand on his chest, he bowed gracefully to Yang Fan and said with a smile, "It's a pleasure to meet you, elegant and graceful Mr. Dongfang. I'm Abdullah Shahman bin Aziz bin Hakam. May I know your name, Mr. Dongfang?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "My surname is Mu Mui. You are Mr. Ah. Mr. Ah something?" The great poet smiled knowingly and said, "My friends call me Abdullah. Mr. Mu can also call me that." Yang Fan nodded and said, "Mr. Abdullah, in a foreign land, you should be careful in everything you do. Don't easily provoke trouble. You should know that the local people always look out for the local people. Well, you do what you need to do. I will leave now." "No, no, no, Mr. Mu, I like you very much. You are willing to help me, and you have lofty morals. You have helped me, so I should repay you. Please allow me to entertain this esteemed friend of yours with delicious delicacies to express Abdullah's gratitude." The blonde Kid Abbas jumped out and helped his master. Being generous and hospitable is my master's ancestral tradition. Yang Fan shook his head and smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Abdullah. There is no need for a meal. I just arrived in Ba and was looking for an inn to stay. I have just arrived. I just arrived." Abdullah gladly replied, "What a coincidence. I have also just arrived at the town and have just settled down. The inn I am staying at is the best inn in this town. Mr. Mu, why don't you stay at the same inn as me? Come, 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 I am honored to lead the way for you." Abdullah did not allow any explanation and pulled Yang Fan away. As he walked, he boasted, "Fortunately, Mr. Mu helped me out of the predicament. Otherwise, if I had really injured someone in a fit of anger, the authorities would have come looking for trouble with me. You should know that I am smart and brave. I have outstanding swordsmanship. The golden-haired imp, Abbas, jumped out again and boasted, "My master has killed 10,000 enemies, burned their tents, snatched their camels and women, and won a lot of gold. My master has 1,000 scars on his body, and they are all scars from battles. The blood that my master has shed is more than the water of the Wei River in front." Ren Wei and the others followed behind with their horses and looked at each other in dismay. Yang Fan looked at Abdullah and said with some surprise, "So Mr. Abdullah is a brave warrior?" In fact, he wanted to ask if this great poet was a bandit or a bandit. From the stories that his servant had boasted about, this great poet seemed like a bandit from the western desert. Abdullah modestly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. I am a merchant, a wealthy merchant." The golden-haired kid, Abbas, immediately continued, "My master is a merchant who sells everything, an invincible warrior, a world-famous poet," and Abdullah smiled and said, all right. You talkative little fellow, be quiet. I want to chat with the respected Mr. Mu." Yang Fan did not know that the poetry of Dashi had a special type of praising poetry. Regardless of whether it was praising others or praising themselves, they would use the most exaggerated words and tone without blushing. Usually, there would be an eloquent slave who was favored by the poet to help them. This was a habit that the well-educated nobles of Dashi had developed since they were young. It was not that he wanted to blow his own trumpet in front of Yang Fan. However, because his tone was too exaggerated, it sounded like an old friend deliberately boasting in front of him. Yang Fan did not feel the slightest bit disgusted. Yang Fan asked as they walked, "What kind of business does Mr. Abdullah do?" Abbas immediately jumped out and interrupted, "My master is willing to sell anything." Abdullah glared at him and said to Yang Fan with a smile, "I mainly deal in all kinds of spices, precious jewels, beautiful blankets, and slaves from various countries. The ones I sell to the East are mainly female slaves. This time, I traveled tens of thousands of li to Chang'an. However, a guide I was familiar with fell ill, so I had to change to someone who was not too familiar with the road. In the end, he led us on a wrong path, and we went to Taiyuan. Only when we got there did we realize that we had gone the wrong way. We could only hurry back here and take a boat to get here. I have many camels and slaves, so it is more convenient to live here than in the city." Abdullah was a very talkative person. Yang Fan only asked one question, and he talked for a long time. Besides explaining that he was originally going to Chang'an and why he was here, he also explained his identity. He was a traveling merchant. The Abbasid Caliphate was very developed. The Abbasid Caliphate's merchants were divided into 3 types: peddlers, sitting merchants, and traveling merchants. The peddlers bought goods from the workshops and brought them to the regular markets to be traded. The sitting merchants were usually based in a certain city. They were wealthy enough to rival a country and were known as Taji. However, their business was not limited to their own city. When they did business with foreign countries, they would use traveling merchants. Traveling merchants were sent by sitting merchants to bring large amounts of goods or money to foreign countries to do business. Traveling merchants who could be sent by sitting merchants were usually very prestigious in their own countries, had their own estates and land, and were of noble character. Otherwise, if a traveling merchant took the goods of a sitting merchant and never returned, that sitting merchant would suffer a great loss. Yang Fan patiently listened to him finish, then interjected, "Sir Abdullah has traveled tens of thousands of li to come here. This is no small risk." Abdullah replied, "Without risk, how can there be profits? I am Taji of Basra's most trusted friend. I have been entrusted by him to come to the Far East. I am very happy to meet you, Sir Mu. My soul tells me that you are an extraordinary person. This is not my first business in the East, but I hope that this will be the largest, with your help." His eyes sparkled as he said this, like 2 stars peeking out of the night sky, exuding an indescribable sense of mystery. Yang Fan's eyes met his, and he smiled inexplicably. Following Abdullah to the inn, Yang Fan found that the courtyard was full of camels, boxes, and groups of black and white slaves. The entire inn had been booked by Abdullah. Although the weather was already cold, many slaves could only sleep on the ground under the porch. Abbas was a favored slave, so he was qualified to sleep on the ground in his master's room. As soon as Abdullah entered the inn, he immediately ordered his warriors loudly, "Hey! Hurry up and move out of your rooms. All of you, squeeze together and give your rooms to my honorable guests. You and you lazy bums, quickly get up and make a few exquisite dishes. I want to entertain my friend with them. Remember to put more spices in the meat." Yang Fan took the opportunity to whisper into Renwei's ear, "Go out and take a walk. Contact Miss Gu. Chang'an City, Huaizhen Workshop, Zheng Yu's mansion." Under the light, Zheng Yu sat upright and still. His eyes were bright as he listened carefully to the person sitting opposite him. If the young masters of the aristocratic families who were close to him saw Zheng Yu's eyes at this moment, they would never believe that this was the person they were familiar with. Zheng Yu had always been known as a bookworm among them, and he was often ridiculed for this. However, there was a kind of stupidity known as great intelligence. While they were chattering like a flock of hens, wearing their glorious and noble family backgrounds as colorful feathers and thinking that they were proud peacocks, this seemingly simple-minded nerd, who didn't understand the affairs of the world, was secretly working hard to manage his forces. Perhaps the influence of his family and his identity played a big role in this, allowing him to only use 1% of the strength of an ordinary person, and yet he could do better than those people. It did not show his intelligence, but since he had better conditions and a higher starting point, why didn't he use it? There was no absolute fairness in the world. You could be born with intelligence that ordinary people did not have, but he could also be born with a noble status that you did not have, and have thousands of times more connections and resources than you did. At least, as a noble young master born with a golden spoon in his mouth, it was very amazing that he could have such schemes and ideals. When young Master Jiang had kidnapped the pregnant Xiaoman, the aristocratic families had tried to put him under house arrest to ease the conflict between the two sides. At that time, it was Zheng Yu who had secretly sent young Master Jiang out of Chang, and because he owed young Master Jiang a favor. At that time, Chang'an was the world of Xianzong. What kind of favor did he owe young Master Jiang? His many years of work had finally paid off. When the connections that the aristocratic families had worked so hard to build in Guangzhou were torn apart, and some officials that had been supported by the aristocratic families were implicated. They were either imprisoned, executed, transferred, or removed from office. He did not need to keep up the pretense. He began to reveal his sharpness and his strength. Those aristocratic young masters who used to laugh at him for his stupidity suddenly realized that they were the ones who were stupid to the extreme. Zheng Yu was slightly proud of this. The saying, "If you don't cry, you will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. If you don't fly, you will soar into the sky with a single leap." This was probably his true portrayal. The person responsible for mediating the conflict between the Xianzong and hidden sects in Luoyang was Qinghe Cui Lin. The person in Chang'an to prevent the conflict between the Xianzong and hidden sects was him, Xingyang Zheng Yu. Chapter 956. Inyang's Zheng clan and Longshi's Li clan were the biggest supporters of the hidden sect behind the scenes, and also the most powerful controllers. Zheng Yu had some secret cooperation with young Master Jiang, the head of the obvious sect. In return, he established his own network of influence and connections in Chang'an. At this critical juncture, he was naturally entrusted with a heavy responsibility by the aristocratic families. Cui Lin's mediation in Luoyang was actually a failure. He lacked experience and didn't have enough connections in Luoyang to make use of. If it wasn't for the fact that the obvious and hidden sects realized that both sides would suffer losses if they continued to fight like this, and that it would arouse the strong opposition of the 7 aristocratic families, Cui Lin wouldn't have accomplished anything. Of course, the masters of the aristocratic families, who were experienced in the ways of the world, would not place all their hopes on the alliance between the two sections. Shen Mu took drastic measures and borrowed the strength of the two sections. He actually facilitated the emperor to move the capital. However, Yang Fan immediately became one of the first batch of advance personnel. This matter immediately aroused the sensitive nerves of the masters of the aristocratic families, who were under great pressure. They hoped that Yang Fan's advance was just a coincidence. It was because of the emperor's trust in him, and not because he wanted to come to Chang'an to stir up trouble. But they were afraid that they would be wrong. What if Yang Fan really came for the hidden sect? Their old bones really couldn't withstand such torment. This task was handed over to Jingyu. Jingyu hoped that he could do 10 times better than Cui Lin. Although the Jing family's ranking was lower than the Cui family, the competition between the aristocratic families was ultimately a competition for talents. If he could resolve this matter perfectly, the Jing family would be able to suppress the Cui family in terms of prestige. For this, he had to do his best. Jingyu stared at the person opposite him with bright eyes and said in a deep voice, "Has Yang Fan arrived in Chang'an today?" "Yes." Under the slanting light, the man's face was half lit. His hair was white, his eyebrows were thin, his eyes were thin, his temples were bald, and his lips were like that of a Buddha. He was none other than Chu Tianxing, the military advisor of the Chang'an local government, also known as the Vulture. "Tell me in detail." "Yes." Leading the entire 1,000 horseman battalion, Yang Fan, along with Chen Dong and Sun Yuxuan of the Ministry of Justice, Hu Yuanli of the Censorate, Shi Yu, Wen Ao and a group of government officials, arrived at Chang'an this afternoon. The Lord of Hanoi had sent out invitations 1 day in advance, inviting all the officials, dignitaries, relatives of the emperor, and the heads of the aristocratic families in Guanlong to a banquet to humiliate Yang Fan. When Yang Fan and the others arrived in Chang'an, no one came to greet them. They entered the city on their own. The attendants of the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate respectively stayed in the assistant yamen, while the 1,000 horseman battalion camped outside the Black Tortoise Gate in the northern part of the city. After that, Yang Fan invited the officials of the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate to have a drink at the Shihua House in Pingkong Square. "Oh!" Jingyu smiled thoughtfully and said, "This Yang Fan does not have any aristocratic family background. Born in a common family, he is successful at a young age. His position is high and powerful, but he is not arrogant. Even when the king of Hanoi treats him like this, he cannot be angered. His self-restraint is very good. A person who was not easily angered was usually very scheming. Such a person was not easy to deal with." "Go on." "Yes. Unfortunately, the Lord of Hanoi's banquet was also in Pingkong Square, and it was just a wall away from Yang Fan and the others. They could hear the music, and their facial features could be seen clearly. Yang Fan and the others were noisy, talking and laughing, which made the Lord of Hanoi very unhappy. As a result, the banquet ended hastily. Jingyu was stunned. After a long while, he laughed and shook his head. Forget it. I praised him just now, but I overestimated him. I really thought he was indifferent to praise and humiliation, and that he was very scheming. But it turns out... What coincidence! How could there be such a coincidence? This Yang Fan obviously found out where the Lord of Hanoi was, and deliberately went to show off in front of him." Chu Tianxing smiled bitterly and said, "Young master is right, but this is the only reason we should be careful. The mission that old mistress gave to young master is to pay close attention and not let the obvious and hidden sects cause any more trouble. With Yang Fan's extreme character, he doesn't care about the severity of the situation, and he will definitely take revenge. It will be fine if the hidden sect doesn't provoke him, but if the hidden sect does something inappropriate, it is imaginable how Yang Fan will react." Jingyu frowned and asked, "Is Shin Mu back?" Chu Tianxing replied, "Not yet. This time, the Yen province, the Dan province, and the Feng province had incidents one after another. All the major clans were implicated, and some of the officials related to the hidden sect were imprisoned. Shen Mu is still in Luoyang, running around for them, hoping to rescue them. It isn't easy to support an official. As long as those people aren't beheaded, even if they are exiled to Lingnan, they will have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Once they make a comeback, they will be useful people. How can Shen Mu bear to give them up? Zheng Yu felt relieved and nodded. That's good. The hidden sect only follows Shen Mu's lead. Before Shen Mu returns, the hidden sect won't act rashly. At least, they won't make any big moves. Chu Tianxing reminded. Isn't young master worried that Yang Fan will stir up trouble? Zheng Yu shook his head and said, It isn't possible. From Yang Fan's usual character, if someone dares to bully him, he will oppose them with equal harshness. However, he rarely initiates trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that Shen Mu intentionally hid his tracks and was obviously targeting Xianzong, Yang Fan wouldn't have retaliated. If he had such intentions, he would have made his move while Shen Mu was still in Xinluo. Right now, the Lord of Hanoi, Wu Yizong, has rushed to Chang'an. It is obvious that he intends to fight with Yang Fan for power in the officialdom. He wants to use the 1 year before the emperor to subdue the various factions in Chang, and for the Wu clan to use. In such a situation, unless the hidden sect stirred up trouble first, Yang Fan wouldn't easily start a war on both sides. Chu Tianxing spoke with admiration. Young master is right. Zheng Yu smiled reservedly, nodded and said, Continue. Chu Tianxing said, After the Lord of Hanoi and the others left, Yang Fan and the others continued to drink. After they were drunk, the officials of the Ministry of Justice and the imperial censors stayed at the Silk Flower Pavilion. The imperial censor took a fancy to a lady, and Yang Fan redeemed that lady and gave her to Siyu as a concubine. After that, Yang Fan returned to the barrack. Zheng Yu was slightly surprised and asked, He didn't stay at the brothel? No. Zheng Yu rubbed his chin and muttered, He doesn't drink and isn't lustful. It is said that a gentleman is self-disciplined. Gifting beauties is a habit of the wealthy. However, he is generous and hospitable, which is clearly a habit of the pugilistic world. He doesn't know how to endure in the officialdom and can't control himself at the slightest provocation. He will immediately retaliate, which is no different from a pugilistic world person who will draw his sword at the slightest disagreement. This should be his true nature. This person is a pugilistic world person in his bones. This kind of person is amenable to coaxing but not coercion, and is more interested in fame than profit. He won't be very ambitious. In reality, he is very easy to deal with. As long as Shen Mu doesn't make trouble, he won't cause any more trouble. After he returned to the barracks, did he do anything else? No. Chu Tianxing's thick Buddhist lips curved slightly, like Buddha looking at the monkey sun jumping around in his palm. He said with slight disdain, Before the well is filled, the general does not speak of thirst. Before the food is cooked, the general does not speak of hunger. This General Yang hasn't led troops for many days. He probably still remembers the rules of the military books and is working hard to buy people's hearts. Zheng Yu laughed lightly. In his eyes, Yang Fan was just a bumpkin who had gotten lucky. He had inexplicably climbed to a high position, but he didn't have any of the shrewdness and foundation of an upper-class person. He worked hard to become a qualified general, worked hard to become an upper-class person that matched the status of the leader of the Xian clan, but all of his efforts were for the sake of being a servant and a wife. Zheng Yu waved his hand and said disdainfully, There is no need to pay too much attention to this person. The important thing is still Shen Mu. I will send people to keep a close eye on Shen Mu. As long as nothing goes wrong, the Xian clan and the Hidden clan will not cause any more trouble. The old grandfather also has the same intentions. He feels that with Shen Mu's usual shrewdness, he has made many stupid moves recently. It is somewhat strange. Zheng Yu's brow slowly furrowed and he thoughtfully said, I wonder what he is planning? As an extremely wealthy Arabian merchant, Abdullah was very particular about his food. He did not eat the food of the inn, but had his slaves cook a table full of Arabian delicacies for him and the honored guests. Their food was very ethnic, but the Arabians of this time did not care about luxury, nor did they like excessive formalities. Their food was simple and crude. There were 2 plates of fruit, raw vegetable leaves, and then there was meat soup and steamed buns, followed by pilaf and boiled mutton. He did not drink alcohol, and his drink was camel milk. It had to be said that the steaming and fragrant meat soup and flatbread were truly delicious. The large piece of boiled mutton was also very fragrant and tender. At the very least, it suited the appetites of Yang Fan and his guards. After the main course was finished, it was time for dessert. Yang Fan did not like desserts, but Abdullah did. With a beaming smile, he said, "In the name of Allah," and began to enjoy his delicacies. Abdullah ate the dessert with relish while calling in batches of slaves, preparing to choose a gift for Yang Fan as a token of appreciation. Despite Yang Fan's repeated refusal, Abdullah very seriously told him that generosity was a virtue of the Arabians. In order not to damage this great poet's virtue, Yang Fan could only sit there and watch as the female slaves entered and left. "Is there anyone you like? Look, these are Indian slaves. They have gentle temperaments and are the best at taking care of children. You don't like them? That's right, the greatest weakness of Indian slaves is that they age very quickly. Then what about the Sindhi slaves? Look at their slender waists, their beautiful long hair. Alright, let's change to another batch. These are female slaves born in Medina. They are the best at acting coquettishly to their masters. They are happy and humorous, and all of them have golden voices. Whether it is at a ball or in bed, their voices are especially enchanting. This is a female slave from Mecca. Look at her petite figure, those alluring eyes that seem to open and close." Abdullah was in the zone. It was as if he was not giving away, but selling. Spittle flew everywhere as he spared no effort in promoting to Yang Fan. "Why don't you consider this Berber female slave? Her skin is as smooth as silk, and her temperament is incomparably docile. She has a good background, a charming appearance, and a gentle temperament." For the sake of courtesy, Yang Fan resisted a yawn, and his eyes filled with tears. Chapter 957. Abdullah was not discouraged and continued to recommend to Yang Fan, "Then what about this Roman beauty? Look at her rosy white skin, her soft flaxen hair, her big sapphire-like eyes, and her millstone-like buttocks. She's very fertile. You've never ridden a Roman woman before, right? You should ride her fiercely. She is so tasty." When the last batch of female slaves also left, Abdullah finally closed his mouth. As soon as the incessant chatter stopped, the room immediately became quiet. Abdullah propped up his chubby chin and said dejectedly, "My dear Moo, what do you like? You should at least accept one. This is the gratitude of your most sincere friend, Abdullah." As Abdullah spoke, he suddenly saw Yang Fan looking at the door, and the corner of his mouth suddenly revealed a trace of a smile. Abdullah immediately turned his head to look at the door, but the door was empty. Except for Yang Fan's 2 guards standing outside like javelins, there was nothing else. Yang Fan retracted his gaze and said to Abdullah with a smile, "I just saw a lot of blankets in your goods. Maybe you can give me one as a gift." Abdullah was overjoyed. "Okay, I will give you 50. Hey, that is the best wool carpet. 2 of them can be exchanged for a female slave." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "No, no, no, one is enough. The friendship between friends is not determined by the amount of money. Do you want me to change my career to selling blankets?" Abdullah laughed heartily, and immediately called for someone to fetch him the most luxurious blanket. When Abdullah handed the soft, smooth, feather-light blanket to Yang Fan's hands, he winked at him and said, "My dear Moo, there are so many beautiful female slaves, but you really don't like any of them? Or your wife is too powerful?" Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. He patted his shoulder and said, "You are really smart, Abdullah, so I won't bother you. A blanket is better. The weather is cold, so it will be very warm to sleep on it." Abdullah shook his head. "The bodies of beautiful female slaves are smoother and softer. 2 beautiful female slaves will make you sleep warmer than a blanket. There is a proverb in my hometown. Female slaves can be bought and sold freely, but free women are the shackles around men's necks. You shouldn't get married so early. Look at me, I am a happy bachelor." Yang Fan replied, That's right. It's a pity that I didn't meet a good friend like you before I got married and heard your priceless advice. Quickly go back and rest. It's already very late, let's chat again tomorrow." Yang Fan smiled and pushed Abdullah out of the door. Abdullah mumbled as he walked away. Yang Fan turned and went back to the room, but he didn't close the door. A moment later, a slender figure suddenly flashed into the room and the door was closed by her. The woman was wearing a green short dress and had a graceful figure. She stood under the light and glanced at Yang Fan with a pair of bright and charming eyes. She said with a smile that was not a smile, "Alang should have accepted his kindness just now." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Yes, I originally wanted to accept it. It would be great to leave 2 beautiful female slaves to warm my bed, but I suddenly saw you. How can those women be as beautiful as shouting?" The woman's face immediately turned red. She bit her lips and lowered her head shyly, but she didn't say anything to object. Her charming shyness made Yang Fan's heart palpitate. When a mature and beautiful woman smiled shyly, that kind of charm was really irresistible. Yang Fan coughed and his throat tightened. "How's the matter of the Shun gang going?" Gu Zhuting immediately put on a joyful smile and said happily, "Li He and Yen Shuwei have agreed to join the Shun gang. I promised them that if the Shun gang can unify the Chao gang before the beginning of February next year, they will be one of the 36 stewards. If they can't do it, they can lead the people of the Flood Dragon Union to establish their own gang." Good, the situation has been opened up so quickly. With the Flood Dragon Union in our hands, we will have the ability to attack the first-class gangs. Yang Fan asked Gu Zhuting to sit down, picked up the half-jar of camel milk, and poured a cup for her. Gu Zhuting thought that Yang Fan was thirsty at first, but when she saw that he was pouring it for her, she was rather flattered and stood up. She took the cup with both hands and said, "Not only the Flood Dragon Union, but also 7 small gangs have agreed to join. They have fewer ships and fewer people, but together they are not a small force. With their participation, the Shun gang is now barely close to the first-class gangs." "Is it really that smooth? You have to be careful. Don't let them test our strength by pretending to advance." "Of course not." Seeing that Yang Fan was a little suspicious, Gu Zhuting became anxious. She had just taken a sip of camel milk when she put the bowl back on the table. She hurriedly stood up and said to Yang Fan, "We've already demonstrated our strength. Jun Ruyan's refusal to come out has also shown our influence in the government. In a situation where their lives are threatened and they can't resist, do they have any other choice? As for those small gangs, the fact that the Flood Dragon Union is willing to join the Shun sect is enough to give them enough confidence. I don't even need to reveal the details to them. All I need to do is let them stand behind the screen and hear Li He and Yen Shuwei agree to join the Shun sect with their own ears." Good. Look at how anxious you are." Yang Fan found it funny that Gu Zhuting was so anxious that her face was red. Under the light, her skin was pink and translucent. In a hurry, there was a drop of camel milk on her lips. The milky camel milk and the bright red lip. An evil scene suddenly appeared in Yang Fan's mind. His lower abdomen was a little hot. When he stretched out his trembling fingers and pressed Gu Zhuting's soft lips, he saw her cute eyes that were like that of a frightened deer. He didn't even have time to wipe away the drop of camel milk before he kissed her lip. Gu Zhuting only had time to let out a soft cry. As a result, not only did she lose her first kiss, but she also lost control of her little tongue, which was hooked by the tip of Yang Fan's tongue. It was only a kiss, but Gu Zhuting turned into noodles, and her whole body softened. Fortunately, Yang Fan held her small waist in time. Gu Zhuting couldn't bear to be flirted with. Her whole body was intoxicated. When had she ever been cared for so gently? For a moment, her body and mind were intoxicated. Her body was burning hot, and she became softer and softer. Yang Fan couldn't make her stand just by holding her waist, so he took the opportunity to sit on the chair. Gu Zhuting, who was panting, was paralyzed on his lap. Yang Fan softly said, "It's not that I don't trust you. I'm just afraid that you will be too impatient. We have nearly 3 months, so we can take our time to plan. This decisive battle can't be early or late. It has to be at the end of January or the beginning of February next year. Only then will we have the right time, the right place, and the right people." And Gu Zhuting snorted. Her cheeks were so hot that she didn't dare to raise her head. In fact, she also knew that her reaction just now was a bit excessive. As an assassin, her temperament had always been very calm. But she didn't know why, when Yang Fan revealed a trace of distrust in his tone, she became flustered. She embarrassedly lowered her head and said in a low voice, "Those small gangs don't know our real background. Li He and Yen Shiwei also don't know. They only know that we have the support of the Dugu family. They even think that we are people of the Dugu family. But with the name of the Dugu family, it is enough to subdue them." Yang Fan smiled and said, "In fact, in a place like Chang'an, the name of the Dugu family is more useful than mine. They don't know what the succession hall is. It's enough to let them know that the Dugu family is supporting them." "Ah!" Yang Fan's hand wandered around. It wasn't known where he had touched, but Gu Zhuting's body fiercely trembled. Her face turned red, and her heartbeat quickened. Her breathing became ragged. Her pair of moist eyes looked at Yang Fan with a pleading expression as she softly said, "Master." Yang Fan's heart softened. "So?" He moved his hand away from her breast. Gu Zhuting felt as if she had been granted amnesty. Her taut body relaxed a little, but the 3 Chiao brothers know that this third master's successor can order around the Dugu family. But they don't know who he is and what his identity is. Should I tell them? Yang Fan gently patted her plump buttock. He thought for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, "No. We don't need to tell them, at least for now. They value the word obedience more than their own lives. This is the greatest guarantee of their loyalty. We must let them know the details. But we must wait until they can no longer get off the boat." "Yes." Yang Fan rested his chin on Gu Zhuting's shoulder. Her body was shivering. This kind of soft and timid appearance could easily arouse a man's beastly desire. Yang Fan resisted his impulse and continued, "You'll first integrate the word obedience. Then, you'll gradually annex the other factions. I'll set up a decoy in the city. And I'll come to see you from time to time." Gu Zhuting enjoyed Yang Fan's caress very much. Her body felt limp, and her bones felt soft. She had never experienced such a feeling before. So, she felt intoxicated. In fact, it seemed as if she was drunk. So, she couldn't even reply. Yang Fan looked at her appearance, and he couldn't help but burn with lust. He knew that they couldn't talk about official matters. So, it would be better to talk about private matters. Yang Fan subconsciously wanted to hug her leg. Gu Zhuting exclaimed, "Ah!" and wrapped her hands around Yang Fan's neck. Her hot face pressed against his cheek. She said in a trembling voice, "Master, you can't. Outside, there's someone." Gu Zhuting was shy. Yang Fan didn't have the habit of letting others eavesdrop. The room was very simple. There was no difference between the outer hall and the inner room. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'll send them away." Gu Zhuting was very embarrassed. "Don't. That's too obvious." Yang Fan's face turned bitter. "Then what should we do?" Gu Zhuting said in a soft voice, Next time. Your servant is already master's woman. Can I still run away?" Towards the end, her voice was as thin as a gossamer. Yang Fan said. Then this time, Gu Zhuting gathered her courage and escaped from Yang Fan's body. She did not dare to raise her head to look at him. Her legs were still trembling. In a low voice she said, "Your servant is leaving first." The door opened, she left like a gust of wind. Yang Fan dejectedly looked at a certain Air Gu who was full of fighting spirit. He sighed and said, "All right, let's rest." Gu Zhuting stepped on a cloud, 1 foot high and 1 foot low. Like an arrow she flew up to the top of the wall. Her limp legs couldn't support her anymore. "Oh!" she cried out and fell down. A waiter of the inn heard the commotion. He picked up his stick and roared, "Blind little thief! You dare to break into an inn run by the Taiping clan?" Gu Zhuting covered her face and walked away in shame. Chapter 958. The next morning, Li He and Yen Shiwei arrived at Leader Wen's house. As Leader Wen's right-hand men, they didn't have to keep vigil for him at night, but it wouldn't be appropriate if they didn't do so during the day. Today, many gangs who had just received the news or had been observing yesterday came to offer their condolences. Li He and Yen Shiwei accompanied young Master Wen to greet them one by one. Wen Bin also sensed that something was wrong with Li He and Yen Shiwei's strange actions after Wen Chongqing's death. He did not insist on immediately retaliating against them, but in his silence, he maintained an obvious distance and vigilance towards Li He and Yen Shiwei, these two elders. The three of them made arrangements for Wen Chongqing's funeral while meeting with the stewards of the gang. A semi-public competition was quietly going on in front of the mourning hall. In fact, Wen Bin didn't know what Li He and Yen Shiwei wanted to do. He couldn't guess it, but he had to be on guard. Therefore, after discovering that Li He and Yen Shiwei were working together, Wen Bin immediately strengthened his contact with the forces loyal to the Wen family. However, the stewards loyal to the Wen family didn't care too much about these undercurrents. They were worried that the Flood Dragon gang would lose the Cao. There were very few people in the gang. There was only one person, but he had the power to compete with the Chaoquan and become the gang leader's right-hand man. This was because he controlled a special resource, the power of the government. The power of the government was indispensable to the gang. Without the support of the government, a gang like the Flood Dragon gang, which had hundreds of boats and thousands of members, would have to spend more than double to transport grain from Yangzhou to Chang'an. It would be difficult to maintain. It was almost winter, and this year's transportation had basically ended. There would be a 3-month rest period. During this period, there wouldn't be any problems. However, when they went to Yangzhou again in the spring of next year, if they still couldn't get in touch with the powerful figures of the government, the Flood Dragon gang would be finished. Perhaps the important figures in the gang knew who Jun Rian had connections with in the government, but this didn't mean that they had the right or ability to replace Jun Rian and directly establish contact with this person. The biggest characteristic of unspoken rules was the word unspoken. Those officials who were willing to open the door to them for personal benefits did not have to worry about not having a source of gray income. The first thing they needed was safety, absolute safety. Once something happened, they could not be implicated. Therefore, there had to be someone they trusted to act as a go-between before they were willing to establish a relationship with them. People like Jun Rian were either schoolmates of those officials, disciples of the same master, or friends from the same hometown. In short, they were inextricably linked to each other. It was hard to imagine that these Jianghu people did not go through these special brokers, but directly brought a chest of gold and silver to visit, and those officials would be blinded by money and agree to be their protectors. However, what Wen Bin was most worried about was that the position of the union leader would fall to someone else. Standing in different positions, one would consider different benefits. This was understandable. Wen Bin thought of his father-in-law, the leader of the Heavenly Eagle Gang, Wei Yongtang, when he noticed that the stewards were not in a good mood. Wei Yongtang was a righteous man, not to mention that the person asking for help was his future son-in-law. Therefore, after receiving Wen Bin's request for help, Wei Yongtang immediately came to the Wen family. Together with his daughter, Wei Yongtang respectfully offered a stick of incense to his old friend. Then, he said to Li He and Yan Shiwei, Master He, Brother Yan, many things have happened on Murky in the past 2 days. Everyone in the Flood Dragon League is panicking. Originally, this was a matter of the Flood Dragon Society, and I shouldn't interfere. However, I'm good brothers with President One, and now that our 2 families are going to be married, I should help you out. I hope the 2 of you won't mind my presumptuousness. Yan Shiwei said, You're too polite, Wei Yongtang. What do you mean? Wei Yongtang said seriously, I think that we should help Nephew One ascend to the position of Union Leader as soon as possible to reassure everyone. Li Hei's face darkened. He rubbed his eyes and said, Vice President Jun is bedridden and can't attend the meeting. As the helm of the Flood Dragon Union's Cao, if he can't attend the inauguration ceremony, everyone in the gang will feel uneasy. Let's focus on the funeral for the president. We need to rest on the Chao River for 2 to 3 months, so there's no hurry to take over the position. Wei Yongtang narrowed his eyes and said with authority, Master He, how many people can recover from a stroke? Even if Vice President Jun gradually recovers, he'll probably be unable to walk or speak clearly. The helm of the Cao will change hands sooner or later. Master He still wants to wait for Vice President Jun to recover. Aren't you afraid of others gossiping? Yan Shiwei suddenly interrupted. Master He's words make sense. Even if Vice President Jun can't recover, we should find another Cao. Without the Cao, young Master will definitely be inferior when he ascends to the position. It'll be hard for him to win the loyalty of the gang's brothers, and he'll be laughed at by the other gangs. Wei Yongtang's eyes narrowed. He knew that Li He and Yan Shiwei didn't get along. Now that the 2 of them were in the same boat, he couldn't help but shudder. Wei Yongtang pondered for a moment and asked, Then, Master He and Brother Yan, do you have a candidate for the helm of the Cao? Li He replied, Both Vice President Yan and I are people of the pugilistic world. We don't have any connections in the government, so where can we find a Cao? Wei Yongtang said, Since that's the case, our Heavenly Eagle Gang's Cao can help. As for the benefits, how about it? Yan Shiwei sneered. If the helm of the Cao becomes your Heavenly Eagle Gang's man and the president becomes your son-in-law, will the Flood Dragon Gang still exist? What a good plan, Boss Wei. Are you marrying off your daughter or looking for a son-in-law? Even the entire Flood Dragon Gang belongs to your Heavenly Eagle Gang? Wei Yongtang's expression changed and he said, Yan Shiwei, what do you mean by that? I helped the Flood Dragon Union out of goodwill because of my friendship with Union Master One and the fact that your young Union Master is about to become my son-in-law. When have I ever had any selfish motives? When Bin interrupted, Seniors, there's no need to argue. I'm willing to accept the help of my father-in-law. Li He glanced at him and said, You're not the president yet, and you're already treating the Flood Dragon Gang as the family? This sentence was not loud, but the meaning behind it was as heavy as a mountain. When Bin's face turned red when he heard it, and for a moment, he could not say another word. There was only one thought ringing in his ears. They really have ulterior motives. They really have ulterior motives. Wei Xiaoxiao was both shocked and angry. Li He, what are you talking about? Although Wen Bin wasn't the guild leader now, could the guild leader be replaced by someone else? You're committing treason, deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors. Li He glanced at her and said, Treason and treason? Treason and treason? I don't have any other abilities, but my seniority is high enough. Even your father has to call me Grandpa He. How dare you call me Li He? You don't know your place and your seniority. You haven't even married into the Flood Dragon Gang. Even if you become the president's wife, what right do you have to criticize the gang's affairs? Get lost. He didn't give her any face at all. Wei Xiaoxiao's face turned red from his scolding. Wei Yongtang's face darkened and he sneered. Ever since when Changxing passed away, I've felt that something was wrong. Have you finally revealed your true intentions? Good. Li Hei, use whatever tricks you have. I'll take them all. Yan Shiwei rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, Since when do we need you to take over the Flood Dragon Gang's matters? Wei Yongtang heavily patted Wenbin's shoulder. Wenbin's frail and small body was almost slapped to the ground. Wei Yongtang sternly said, Just because he is my son-in-law. As a father-in-law, standing up for my son-in-law, is it in line with the rules of the underworld? Both parties argued in front of the coffin. At first, their voices were soft, so no one noticed it. Later on, when they saw their expressions change, they knew that something had happened. The surroundings were already silent. They could only see that both parties seemed to be arguing, but they couldn't hear what they were saying. At this moment, Wei Yongtang's powerful words were heard clearly by everyone. They finally knew that something big had happened. The members of various gangs who came to pay their condolences immediately swarmed forward, while the stewards of the Flood Dragon Gang, who had been signaled by Li Hei, Yan Shiwei, or Wenbin in advance, stood there with a gloomy face. Get out of the way, get out of the way. This is Wanyan County's business. Unrelated people, please leave. Following a shout, the two sides in front of the mourning hall, who were at daggers drawn, looked over in surprise. They saw a group of bailiffs dressed in black, carrying chains and sabers on their waists, boldly barging in. For a moment, all the heroes in front of the mourning hall were dumbfounded. Ba Excellency had always been the one to solve any problems on Ba. After years of special living conditions, Ba Excellency had developed this habit. Since when did he need the government to intervene? Whoever asked the government to intervene would be the public enemy of Ba. The weak did not dare to break this rule, and those who dared to break this rule did not need to break it themselves. But this rule was still broken today. When the bailiffs arrived in front of the mourning hall, they parted to the left and right, and a person flashed out from the middle. Although the magistrate of Wanyan County had not appeared on Ba for almost 10,000 years, they were no strangers to this person, because they would always pay their respects to him on New Year's Eve. This person was the county magistrate of Wanyan County. His surname was Lang, and his name was Wan. In the past, when they saw him on New Year's Eve, when he came with lavish gifts, County Magistrate Lang would always smile amiably. But today, County Magistrate Lang's face was frighteningly gloomy, causing those who wanted to come forward to pay their respects to shrink back. County Magistrate Lang did not look sideways. He walked to the front of the mourning hall and stood still. With drooping eyelids, he asked, "Who is Wenbin?" This was not the first time Wenbin had visited on behalf of his father to send gifts to Uncle Lang. Now that he saw Uncle Lang like this, he was at a loss. He hurried forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Uncle Lang, shut up! Who's your uncle?" County Lieutenant Lang was full of righteousness as he said, "Wenbin, your matter has been exposed. Men, take him down." Chapter 959. County Magistrate Lang waved his hand and a few bailiffs like wolves and tigers pounced forward. The iron chains in their hands were wrapped around Wenbin's head. Wenbin turned pale with fright and exclaimed, "Lang Xiaofu, what crime did I commit?" Madame Wen Changxing's concubines and some of the Wen family members panicked. County Magistrate Lang rolled his eyes and sternly shouted, "Silence! I am only here to arrest the person. What crime did you commit? The county magistrate will know. Take him away." Wei Yongtang hesitated for a while before cupping his hands and said, "Lang Xiaofu." Lang Wen acted as if he did not know him at all and did not allow him to continue speaking. He immediately interrupted him and said sternly, "What? You want to stop me from handling this case?" Wei Yongtang hurriedly said, "I dare not, I am only—" "Then step aside or else arrest him as well." County Magistrate Lang's voice was stern. His skinny and dark cheeks were lined with lines that looked as if they were cast from iron. He really looked like an iron-faced judge. At this time, a short and fat man dressed in casual clothes squeezed in from behind. He stroked his mustache and asked, Lang Xiaofu, have you arrested the person? County Magistrate Lang's stern expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly went forward, smiling like a spring flower in March. With a face full of radiance, he said, Imperial Judiciary official, you see, this lowly official has already said that such a small matter does not require your presence. Aren't we going to arrest them now? Shall we go back now? When Ao had just caught up with weak step. He had played canary cat for a whole night yesterday, and had not exercised for a long time. His limbs were weak and his thighs were aching. After much difficulty, he finally caught up. Once he heard this, he panted and said, Let's go back now. These officials came quickly and left quickly. In a short while, they had left the One family. However, their act of breaking into the One family to capture people was like throwing a large stone into a pool of stagnant water that had been silent for many years. Many years of mud and residue floated up. Wei Yongtong's face turned ashen as he stared at Li He and scolded, Master He, no matter how we fight amongst ourselves, we have to depend on the water for our livelihood. This is Ba Shang's own matter, but you actually allowed the government officials to interfere. Aren't you afraid of breaking Ba Shang's rules and becoming a public enemy? As long as the gangs on Ba were slightly more powerful, there would always be one or a few officials behind them. They could provide you with the convenience of sailing, but they would not easily get too involved and would not act as your hired thugs. However, this did not mean that they would not act when others deliberately challenged their authority. Blocking one's path to wealth was akin to killing one's parent. Officials were like wild beasts in the forest, each with their own sphere of influence. If someone crossed the line, it would immediately trigger a strong backlash. Hence, the official factions of power would only provide the convenience for you to pass through the checkpoint. As for the fights between sects or within sects, they would not interfere. This became a rule that everyone agreed upon. If any of the official factions directly interfered in the fights between sects, it would be seen as a direct provocation to the protector behind the other factions. If the protector also jumped out to accept the challenge, the heroes of Ba Shang would no longer have a choice whether to advance or retreat. At that time, they would naturally be the pawns and cannon fodder, not to mention how much money they would have to fork out to bribe the protector behind the scenes to personally pay for the transportation fees. Li He flew into a rage. Surnamed Wei, don't slander me. I, Li He, have no idea why young Master One was captured. How can you accuse me of being the culprit? If I had the ability to get someone to capture young Master, the Flood Dragon Gang would be under my control. Do I need to do this? Wei Yongtang felt a little regretful after saying this. He was indeed rash with his words. Although Li He had retired from the position of the Flood Dragon Gang's Chaoquan leader, the real power was still in his hands. If he could get in touch with the officials, then Chaoquan and Tsauko would be under his control. Even if Wen Bin was promoted to the position, the Flood Dragon Gang would be completely under his control. At that time, he would naturally be the Grand Master. Doing this now was disadvantageous to him. Nominally, he had already handed over the Chaoquan leader. If the young master was captured, he would become the target of public criticism, which would make it difficult for him to seize the position. If he really had a plan, he might as well help Wen Bin to get the position. At that time, he would be able to control the princes. Even if he wanted to get the Flood Dragon Gang under his name, it would be better to weaken the Wen family's influence first than to make trouble now. But if it wasn't Li He, who could it be? Yan Shiwei? If he had the ability, he could just be the leader of Tsauko. Why did he have to be the leader of the Chaoquan in name only? While everyone was discussing, someone suddenly ran in and shouted, "Something happened, something big happened. The Iron Helm Gang, Six Sails Gang, Yi Shun Gang, and the other 4 gangs have announced to merge with the Shun Gang. The Shun Gang is holding a sect-merging meeting." The scene was in an uproar. The Shun Gang merged with the 7 gangs? These 7 sects were small gangs that people usually didn't pay attention to. No one paid attention to their movements, But with the 7 sects joining together, the Shun sect could be compared to an upper-middle-sized gang based on the number of people. More importantly, what gave the Shun gang the confidence to merge with the other gangs? Wei Yongtang hurriedly said to his daughter, "Have your Uncle Su accompany you to the Wanyan County Yamen to see what Wen Bin has done. Father will go to the Shun gang to take a look." Wei Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Su Lin, the helmsman of the Heavenly Eagle clan's Tsauko, accompanied her to the Wanyan County Yamen. Wei Yongtang, on the other hand, went straight to the Shun gate. The people of the other clans who happened to be present also rushed over like a swarm of bees. Li He looked around and said in a deep voice, "Close the door and discuss matters in front of the memorial." Madame Wen and the other Yinyangs looked at each other in dismay. The steward loyal to the Wen family, Zhang Ji, said with a face full of vigilance, "Master He, young master has been captured by the government. If we don't hurry to rescue him, what else do we need to discuss?" Li Hei's eyes flashed with anger and he shouted, "We need to discuss the lives of our 2,000 brothers and close to 10,000 family members." Yan Shiwei said unhurriedly, "The president has passed away, Vice President Jun has a stroke, and now young Master Wen has been taken away by the government. How difficult it is for the gang. The Flood Dragon Union is about to sink under the storm. Shouldn't we discuss our future and livelihood? Master He is the leader in the gang in terms of seniority and status. Isn't it right to summon everyone for a discussion? Close the door and reject all guests. We need to discuss matters in the gang." Zhang Ji shouted, "Wait!" Li Hei's face darkened and he said coldly, "Zhang Ji, what do you want?" Zhang Ji sneered, "I also want to ask, Master He and Master Yan, what do you two want?" Li Hei lowered his eyelids again and said indifferently, "I've already said that we need to discuss the lives of our 2,000 brothers and close to 10,000 family members." Zhang Ji walked to the memorial tablet and knelt on the cattail hassock. He kowtowed to Wen Chongqing's memorial tablet 3 times and said loudly, "Master Wen, your body is still warm and your spirit is not far away. Do you see that the good brothers you treated as brothers are going to rebel against you? Do you see that?" Yan Shiwei was furious and was about to step forward when he was stopped by Li He, who shook his head with a sneer. Zhang Ji stood up and said to the stewards and disciples around him, "The leader has passed away, the young master is in court, and Vice Leader Jun is bedridden. What else can we discuss if we don't save them? Yan Shiwei and Li He have repeatedly obstructed the young master's promotion. Now that the young master has been arrested, they've overstepped their authority and summoned all the stewards for a discussion. They obviously have bad intentions. If you're my good brother, stand out and let's go. We don't accept orders from others." Li He chuckled and hid his hands in his sleeves. He looked at him with interest and then at the stewards who had different expressions on their faces. He smiled without saying a word. The morning hall was silent for a moment before 2 burly men strode out and stood beside Zhang Ji. They said loudly, "Steward Zhang is right, we don't accept orders from others." One of them was Lin Tiannan and the other was Jiang Qing. They were both Wen Chongqing's confidants. As soon as the 2 of them stood out, a few more people came out to stand with them. There were stewards and junior stewards among them. Although there weren't many of them, they were all people with real power in the gang and held important positions. A steward standing in the crowd hesitated for a moment before advising, "Brother Zhang, now that the leader has passed away, Vice Leader Jun has suffered a stroke, and young Master Wen is in prison, our Flood Dragon Triad is in troubled times. We should all work together and not have any internal strife. Why don't we stop and listen to what Master He has to say first?" Zhang Ji glared angrily and said, "Can't you see that Li He has the ambition of a wolf? What right does he have to summon all the stewards for a discussion? I, Zhang Ji, am the first to not accept him. If he wants to discuss, he can discuss. But whatever he wants to discuss, it doesn't count in front of me. Let's go." Zhang Ji waved his hand and led his men out. Li Hei crossed his arms and smiled, but he still didn't say a word. The morning hall was located in the main room of the third courtyard. From the third courtyard all the way to the main gate, the three gates formed a straight line. Because the funeral was being held, the gates were wide open. Both sides were filled with shining white sacrificial offerings and spirit streamers. Zhang Ji and his men strode out of the main door of the third courtyard and went straight to the main door of the second courtyard. Just as they were about to step out of the second courtyard, the main door of the second courtyard closed with a loud bang. Zhang Ji stopped in his tracks and let out a shout. Suddenly, many assassins jumped out and pounced on them with long and short blade. Zhang Ji suddenly turned around and pointed his spear at Li Hei. He said in shock and anger, "Li Hei, how dare you?" Li Hei was originally facing the main door, as if he was watching him leave. But now, he laughed and slowly turned around, leaving his back to Zhang Ji. Behind Li Hei, sharp blades were raised. Pu-piu sounds were heard as the blades pierced into flesh. Blood splattered everywhere and people continuously fell to the ground. The sacrificial flags on both sides of the road were splattered with blood, like plum blossoms in a snowstorm. Lin Tian-nan tightly held onto an assassin's neck, but the other assassin was stabbing the dagger in his hand into Lin Tian-nan's chest again and again. Lin Tian-nan's chest was riddled with holes and blood dyed his clothes red. Soon after, blood also flowed out of his mouth. Jiang Cheng's body was covered in blood. He staggered 2 steps and was caught up by the 2 assassins. 2 long blades, one on the left and one on the right, fiercely stabbed into his waist, almost cutting him in half. Li Hei slowly walked to the front of the coffin. Madame Wen and the concubines were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they hurriedly retreated. The main door of the third courtyard slowly closed behind Li Hei. The moment the door closed, Zhang Ji was in a difficult situation. 7 or 8 long blades were chopping down on his head. Bang! The main door slammed shut. The sound of the door closing did not drown out the desperate and resentful scream. It clearly drilled into everyone's ears. Li Hei stood still in front of the coffin and slowly turned around. He indifferently said, "When Master He was roaming Jianghu, that Zhang Gai was still in his mother's womb. He doesn't know why Master He is called Master He, but I don't blame him. Is there anyone else who doesn't know? Stand up and I won't blame you." Chapter 960. The Shun School did not invite all the gangs in Ba to attend the sect-merging assembly. A small gang like the Shun School should not have done anything worthy of others' attention. Even if they invited, they would not come. But this time, the 8 gangs united was indeed a big event in Ba. The Shun School did not forbid outsiders to attend the ceremony. Soon, the hall was crowded with people from all the gangs in Ba. Of course, the leaders of the biggest gangs would not come, but they also sent their trusted informants to inquire about the situation. Ever since the Shun Gate was split up, this might be the first time the empty gathering hall was filled with people. So many people from various sects had gathered here. The leaders of the 7 gangs, including the Iron Helm Gang, the 6 Sales School, and the Shun Society, stood solemnly in front of the hall, meticulously burning incense, saluting and greeting the master according to the rules. Qiao Mu was wearing a new suit. Although the bruises on his face were still there, he was full of energy and his face was ruddy. The 3 brothers of the Gu family were among the brothers of the Shun School. He had seen Miss Gu's kung fu. It was said that her 3 brothers were more powerful than her. With these 4 masters, no one would come to make trouble in the Shun School today. Yesterday, he also saw how Dugu Wentao of the Dugu family subdued Li Hei and Yan Shiwei. With the power of the Dugu family, it was completely reasonable for them to ask Jun Rian to hide behind closed doors and then pressure the government to punish Wenbin. Lady Gu had said that the one who truly wanted to help the Shun Gate wasn't the Dugu clan, but rather the successor of Zhang Sanyi. This person was even able to order around the Dugu clan. Up until now, he had never seen this person, nor did he know his name or identity. However, he had already firmly believed in Lady Gu's words. Xiao Mu was also a veteran in Jianghu. He was knowledgeable and experienced. He had received the help of a great benefactor for no reason and was promised such a great benefit. Was he not on guard at all? Indeed, he was not, because he had nothing to be on guard against. He had nothing that could be seen by others. With their power they had people and money. The only thing they could rely on was probably the Shun School, which was about to rot soon. If they could really make the Shun School stand up again, as Miss Gu said, even if they really used him, even if they killed him, so what? Besides, he was already desperate. His life was saved by others. Xiao Mu did not believe that there would be a free lunch in the world. He had already staked everything on this one throw. Seeing that the 7 gang leaders who led the gang members into the Shun Gate had finished offering incense, Xiao Mu tightened his belt and walked forward. His thighs were still swollen and he staggered a little, but his gait was extremely steady and powerful, with a solemn expression. Everyone's gazes were focused on him. The people of the Shun Gate were excited. Many of them had tears in their eyes. The spectators were curious, amazed, cynical, and doubtful. But at this moment no one spoke. The hall was abnormally quiet. Xiao Mu solemnly burned a stick of incense to the ancestors' memorial tablet. When he turned around, Zhuo Yiqing, who was wearing a short jacket and a red silk belt, came over with a tray with a bowl of wine on it. Xiao Mu picked up the wine bowl and glanced at the people of the Shun School who were standing solemnly under the steps. He did not even look at the people of other sects who were watching the ceremony in the corridor on both sides. He said loudly, "Brothers, since the canal transport came into being, there have been canal handlers. Our ancestors supported us with an oar, a boat, and a pole to support us and support our families. But the wind and waves on the river are dangerous. When the boats are sailing, there is always the risk of capsizing and destroying the boat, and losing both the people and the goods. We have to pass through the locks and docks, and there are many difficulties, extortion and blackmail. It is very difficult for us who drive boats on the water. So, we have to form gangs and establish sections. The purpose of forming a faction was not to commit crimes, nor was it to oppress the good. It was to unite everyone and fight against the dangers of the river, against the corrupt officials, and against the local tyrants who closed the lock and dock. But today, the sects on the Ba have gone against the original intention of the ancestors. They cheat each other, undermine each other, and are even controlled and used by others. It is already the 5th generation of the Shun School in my hand. But I am unfilial. My ancestors' great family business has been ruined by me. But I have always been determined to revive the Shun School. Today, the Iron Rudder sect, the Six Sails School, the Shun Society, all the brothers are willing to join us and join us. I am very grateful. Brothers, today is the day when the 7 sects merge into the Shun School. From now on, we will be as close as one family. We will share blessings and difficulties. Today is just the beginning. I hope that all the heroes on the Ba can join us. The waves are high and the risks are high, but we are in the same boat. Let's drink this bowl of wine." The heads of the 7 sects who lined up in front of the hall each held a bowl of wine and drank it up with him. Xiao Mu gulped down the wine in his bowl, put it down and said, "The Shun School has the help of all the good brothers. Today, the 8 sects are united, and the tasks in this sect should be clarified. Since the 7 sects have joined the Shun School, you can no longer keep your original banners. From now on, the 7 of you are the 7 stewards of the Shun School. At present, you are still in charge of your original people and ships." This was already discussed. Han Yuantang and the other 6 people cupped their fists and said yes. They walked behind Xiao Mu and stood still with their hands clasped behind their backs. Xiao Mu said again, "We live in the Chao family. It is inevitable that we will meet the heroes of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. If we don't have the strength, we will be bullied. In a sect, the Chao family is indispensable. Now, the 8 sects of our sect are united. After a discussion with the stewards, we have elected a popular person to be the helmsman of the Chow family. Miss Gu. Xiao Mu shouted. The disciples of the Shun school parted to the left and right, and Gu Zhuting, who was in a white short dress, strode out. There was a commotion in the crowd. Everyone knew that this lady had fought against 100 people and defeated over 100 experts of the Flood Dragon Triad. However, it was the first time that many people had seen her. She had a beautiful appearance, a slim figure, a slender waist, and a straight chest. She was full of femininity, and did not look like a hero of the pugilistic world at all. If her moon-white short garment was replaced by a wide-sleeved gauze long skirt, and the saber hanging on her slender waist was replaced by a medicinal hoe hanging on her shoulder, there would be a bright moon and osmanthus branches by her side, and a white rabbit would be hopping and hopping under her feet. But she was actually the helmsman of the Chaoquan. Xiao Mu said loudly, "From now on, Miss Gu is the first deputy head of the Shun school, the helmsman of the Chow family." In front of the hall, the disciples of the seven sects, who had just joined the Shun school, and the disciples of the Shun school all cupped their hands to salute to Gu Zhuting, and said loudly, "Helmsman Gu." Everyone spoke in unison, their voices echoing loudly in the hall. It was unusually solemn. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a fussy voice suddenly rang out. It was spoken in Chinese, but the tone was somewhat exotic. "I swear in the name of Allah, this is the most beautiful Oriental woman I have ever seen. Her waist is slender, thinner than the sick body tortured by unrequited love. Her eyes are more affectionate than the crescent moon in the sky. When she walks, she is like a breeze, gently stepping over sand dunes. I fall for her, I am fascinated by her." The solemn atmosphere in the hall of the Shun school was gone. Some people were talking, some were laughing, and some were looking around. It was a mess at once. Yang Fan stood there and groaned inwardly. He and Abdullah came here to watch the fun, but they didn't know that this guy was a playboy who couldn't change his bad habit of flirting with women. He was showing off his talent in poetry again. Yang Fan knew that today was the big day when the seven sects merged into the Shun school. If it went well, the Flood Dragon Society would also have a result in the next 2 days. With the martial strength of the Gu siblings and the support of the Dugu family, Yang Fan was not worried that there would be any trouble. Of course, there would be trouble sooner or later, but not now. It must happen at the end of January or the beginning of February next year. If there was no big trouble by then, he would take the initiative to create one. Today, Yang Fan really came to watch the fun as a spectator. Even Gu Zhuting didn't know that he was here. Who knew that Abdullah, who was standing there watching the Japanese scenery, would say such words when he saw Gu Zhuting? In the uproar, Xiao Mu frowned and thought that someone really came to make trouble. He hurriedly winked at Zhuo Yiqing, and the Gu brothers and the kung fu experts of the Shun school, who were hidden in the shadows, immediately moved quietly to the place where the sound came from. Today, the Shun school inexplicably merged with other sects, and from Xiao Mu's words, it seemed that he wanted to restore the former glory of the Shun school. If he restored the former glory, didn't it mean that all the sects on Ba had to surrender to him? So the people of the big sects kept sneering with their arms crossed. However, they hadn't figured out the ins and outs of the Shun gate yet, so there was no need to be the first bird to stick out. They didn't think that someone would finally speak first. Everyone looked over, not knowing which sect it was that couldn't restrain themselves and made a move. Gu Zhuting suddenly turned her head and raised her eyebrows like swords. Her sharp eyes suddenly looked at the place where the sound came from. Everyone shivered when they saw her. Previously, they saw her slender waist and graceful gait, which was far from the image of a heroine in their imagination. Now that she was full of heroic spirit, there was a feeling of a sharp sword being unsheathed. When Gu Zhuting looked at him, Abdullah felt even better about himself. Like a peacock showing strong desire, he took a big step, opened his arms and praised loudly, "Ah!" She was like a plain shepherdess, her natural charm captivating people. How could this be compared to the pretentiousness of the city girls, who put on makeup and put on makeup? Her bright and beautiful eyes are like a sharp arrow piercing through the clouds, piercing my heart. You are such a charming little vixen. I really want to bury my head in your chest that is smoother than an ostrich's egg and suck your rare sweet spring. Hiss, many people secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. The previous words of praise were fine. It wasn't that the women of the Central Plains couldn't be praised for their beauty. Although what he said was a bit explicit, with the waist and eyebrows, in fact, with a little embellishment, it would be no different from Chao Zijian's Luo Shenfu. But what he said next was too explicit. Was he openly flirting with the helmsman of the Shun School in the assembly of the Shun School? The people around Abdullah acted like Abdullah had become a plague patient, all of them scurrying out of the way. Even Yang Fan immediately fled. For a moment, the only people left at Abdullah's side were the talkative Abbas and a few Arab warriors in brown robes. Chapter 961. The talkative Abbas had just jumped out, but before he could help his master, Gu Zhuting had grabbed him by the collar and pulled him to the side. Gu Zhuting didn't seem to walk very fast, but with just a few twists of her waist, she had already appeared in front of Abdullah. Abdullah was completely unaware of the impending disaster. He didn't know that his praises, which could make Western ladies feel smug, were already a great offense to the reserved Eastern ladies. And if he were to flirtatiously offend other Eastern ladies, they would probably call him a lecher, but this lady in front of him was someone who could take a life with just a raise of her hand. As soon as Lady Gu appeared in front of him, Abdullah immediately placed his hand on his chest and gracefully performed a gentleman's salute. He courteously smiled and said, "Abdullah Shahman bin Aziz bin Hakam sends his regards to the beautiful lady. Can you bestow your name upon me?" Gu Zhuting glared at him and lightly raised a hand. Her wrist was white and delicate, and her fingers were long and slender, like an elegant orchid. But by now, many people in Ba knew that although this Lady Gu didn't have the power to shatter rocks, her power was not inferior in the slightest. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Abdullah to lie on the ground and retch while clutching his throat, or for his limbs to be dislocated and twisted as if he had polio. Then, he would be carried out by his subordinates, who were wrapped in long cloth as if they were clothes. But the newly appointed helmsman of the Shun School's Chaoquan raised her slender hand, but only elegantly brushed the hair at the side of her temples, and lightly said, "Mr. Abdullah, our Middle Earth's customs are different from your West, your explicit words are impolite." Gu Zhuting really intended to make a move and use this Arab merchant to establish her might. But when she raised her hand, she was pleasantly surprised to see Yang Fan. Yang Fan was leaning against a thick pillar in the back, smiling and shaking his head at her. Thus, the angry little wild cat retracted its sharp claws and used its soft flesh as a cushion to pounce at the person. "Ah, I'm truly sorry. Although I've come to the East several times, I haven't had many opportunities to meet a free woman as beautiful as you. I should apologize to you. Beautiful lady, may I know your name?" Gu Zhuting said indifferently, "In our Central Plains, a woman's name can't be easily revealed to outsiders. Just like how women in your country shouldn't unveil themselves in front of outsiders." A hint of surprise flitted through Yang Fan's eyes. Women of status in the Abbasid Caliphate had to cover their faces in front of outsiders. Yang Fan had heard from Xiaoman that there were Arabs doing business with the Yang clan, but he hadn't expected Gu Zhuting to know of this custom. After Gu Zhuting finished speaking, she glanced deeply at Yang Fan before turning around and leaving. It was obvious that Alang didn't want to expose his identity. She was in the limelight now, so she couldn't reveal anything. Abdullah didn't get Gu Zhuting's name, so he looked very depressed. He shook his head and said to Yang Fan, who had returned to his side, "Dear Mu, in your country, it is harder to win the favor of a lady than to hunt a cunning fox in the grassland." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Abdullah came to the Central Plains to do business. You shouldn't put the cart before the horse." Abdullah said righteously, What's the purpose of doing business? To make money. Then what's the purpose of making money? The principle is to enjoy oneself. If you don't figure this out, you're putting the cart before the horse. There's a proverb in my hometown: there are 3 great joys in life: eating fat meat, riding a fat horse, and marrying meat. If a man blindly pursues money and neglects those beautiful women, what a sad thing it is! While the two were whispering, Gu Zhuting had already walked to Qiao Mu's side and stood behind him to the right. Qiao Mu said in a clear voice, "When the 8 gangs merge into one, the population will increase. So many families, old and young, need to eat, and it will be even more difficult to eat. I think everyone knows this and is most worried about it. Here, I can tell everyone that there's no need to worry at all. Our Shun Gate has obtained the assistance of a noble. Not only has he agreed to be our Shun Gate's head of the river estuary, he's even provided us with 50 of the newest large ships." As soon as he said this, the whole hall burst into an uproar. Not to mention the disciples standing below, even the leaders of the 7 small gangs who had just joined were overjoyed. Before, they only knew that the Shun School must have a lot of power now. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to recruit Lord He and Lord Yin of the Flood Dragon cult. But they didn't expect that they could get 50 new ships right away. Qiao Mu was also full of smiles. He pressed his hands down and said loudly, "Let's welcome Mr. Dugu." A scribe in Cyan stepped out of the crowd, cupped his hands to Qiao Mu, and said with a smile, "I'm Dugu Wentao." "Greetings, head." Qiao Mu said, "Mr. Dugu, from today on, you will be the branch leader of our Shun School." Dugu Wentao bowed to the crowd and said with a smile, "I've already placed an order with the Yangtze shipyard for 50 new ships. Next spring, brothers, you only need to rush to Yangzhou to receive the ships, and then load the grains and ship them." "Greetings, Dugu Helmsman." The disciples below the steps said in unison, their blood boiling. 50 new ships, and all of them were big ships, which immediately solved the problem that the Shun School had a large population, few ships, and insufficient shipping capacity after the merger. Moreover, the ships they used to use, some of which were sewn and patched, were from the last years of the Sui dynasty, which should have been eliminated long ago. Now that they had new ships, the risk of sailing was much smaller. How could they not be ecstatic? For a moment there was a lot of discussion in the hall. The disciples who came to watch the ceremony looked at the scholar with the compound surname of Dugu, whom they had never seen before, and also whispered to each other to inquire about his background. In fact, they had already expected that Miss Gu would be the helmsman of the Shun School. What they cared about was who was the helmsman of the Shun School. It was useless to only have dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of ships, and tens of thousands of brothers. They also needed the support of the Shun School. Along the way from Yangzhou, they had to go through the Yangtze River, Bian River, Yellow River, Wei River, and many checkpoints, docks, and layers of gates. If they did not have a strong backer, the more ships they had, the more they would be exploited. By the time they arrived in Chang'an, they would have worked for nothing, and they would not be able to maintain such a large gang. Therefore, if they did not have a strong Shun School, they might as well get a few broken ships, and at least they could get enough food and clothing. The 8 gangs merged into one, and they had a martial arts master like Miss Gu. In the end, whether the Shun School could stand firm or not was not the key. The key was whether they had a backer or not, and how strong their backer was. If they did not have a backer, they would collapse by themselves without the suppression of other gangs. The major gangs were concerned about this, not only because they wanted to know whether the Shun School could stand firm, but also because they wanted to assess the strength of the Shun School and determine how they should treat them in the future. It had been a long time since the Shun School had unified the Jianghu, and their current rallying power was not as strong as before. Nowadays, the leaders of the various gangs would not suppress the Shun School just because of their name. However, with the addition of a powerful gang, there would always be one more competitor. For this purpose, they would suppress them if they could. In this way, they needed to understand what the Shun School's trump card was, and who was supporting them from behind. Now the results were out. This person was called Duguwentao. Who was Duguwentao, and who was the person behind him? Originally, no one knew Duguwentao. Although the Dugu family and the group of people on Ba's side were very close, they lived in two completely different worlds. Usually, they did not have any interaction with them. However, this time, the people in the gangs quickly thought of the Dugu family. Perhaps the Dugu family was not the only one with the surname Dugu in Chang'an City. However, the Shun School had no connections in the field of transportation, and could only follow behind the big gangs to pick up scrap. Now that the Shun School had just merged and gained a lot of manpower, they were confident that they could act as the Shun School's Shun School and ensure that the government would not take too much from them. Moreover, they could help them fight for business and provide 50 ships in one go. Who else but the Dugu family could do it? In the crowd of spectators, people left in a hurry. They were all sent by various sects to inquire about the news. They had to report this matter to the gang master immediately. The Shun School was no longer a pushover, and they had to be careful with the Shun School. These people left too early, so they did not see the next scene that was even more shocking. Xiao Mu introduced the two helmsmen of the Chaoquan School and the Shun School's Shun School, and 7 stewards to everyone. When he was making specific assignments after the expansion of the Shun School, a disciple suddenly rushed in breathlessly and shouted, "Sect Master, the Flood Dragon Society. The Flood Dragon Society is here." Xiao Mu was stunned and looked toward the door. Another disciple ran in from outside with a pale face and shouted, "Sect Master, Master He and Master Yen from the Flood Dragon Society led all the people of the Flood Dragon Society here." The gathering hall was in an uproar again. The Flood Dragon Society finally took action. Were they going to destroy the Shun School? The people of the various gangs who had just joined the Shun School were in an uproar. They had unconsciously stepped back, lest they would be splashed with blood when the fight started. What if some ignorant people also thought that they were from the Shun School? Wouldn't they all die here? Xiao Mu and the several leaders who had just joined the Shun School all knew about the deal between Li He, Yen Shiwei, and Miss Gu. Even so, they were still a little nervous when they heard that the Flood Dragon Society had come out in full force. They all looked at Gu Zhuting. Gu Zhuting was now the helmsman of the Chaoquan School of the Shun School. She would not decline her responsibility. She cupped her hands to Xiao Mu and said, "Sect Master, don't worry. I'll go and have a look." After saying that, Gu Zhuting walked out of the hall. One person, one sword. On the long street, countless people came in a mighty array, crowding the whole long street. There were countless people watching on both sides of the street. The whole Ba was in an uproar, and even the roofs on both sides were full of people. The Flood Dragon Society finally took action, and they turned out in full force. The Shun School had just merged with the other 7 gangs, and there were more than 1,500 people in total. Together, they could be regarded as a medium-sized gang. 1,500 people versus 2,000 people. This was a fight for sure. The 3 months of winter on Ba were the most leisurely 3 months of the year for the coachmen. The strong coachmen gambled, drank, and slept with women, but they still had too much energy to do. Just thinking about the big fight of thousands of people made people's blood boil. Before the two sides started fighting, they were already howling and shouting excitedly like wolves in the moon. Gu Zhuting was dressed in white with a short sword at her waist. She stood on the long street, graceful and beautiful like a peony. On the opposite side, 2,000 strong men gathered into a rolling torrent. Under the leadership of Li He and Yen Shiwei, they walked toward her. Chapter 962. They're going to fight. They're going to fight. Rong Shu climbed up the roof while trembling. The disciples of the Flood Dragon Union were surging toward the Qiao family of the Shun Gate. At the entrance of the Qiao family, a beautiful woman in white stood with her sword in her hand, her clothes fluttering in the wind. Rong Shu was so excited that he took out a jujube from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth while shivering. He had this problem. Whenever he was too excited, angry, or fearful, his body would tremble uncontrollably. Rong Shu was a member of the Five Elements gang. Seeing that the people of the Flood Dragon Union were getting closer, and that the people on the street had all moved to the sides of the road, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He condescendingly looked down at that smooth school's Chow Quan Do Dua Dua Jua 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 Jua. Shu suddenly felt that such a pretty girl should be the leader of the Shungate. Who would be willing to let such a beauty be bullied? With such a leader, as long as she winked and pursed her lips, everyone would pounce on her like rabid dogs fighting for a bone. But the men of the Shungate were too unmanly. How could they let such a pretty girl come out alone? Even if she was really good at fighting, could she fight 2,000 people? She would be exhausted to death. That was impossible. However, if he were to mess up her belt or tear her clothes during the fight, revealing her delicate skin and white flesh, and if he were to accidentally let her pull off her dudu, Rong Shu's thoughts of having tender feelings for the fairer sex were quickly replaced by wretchedness. He carefully moved to the edge of the roof. If such an erotic scene really happened, he had to make sure that he was the one who saw it most vividly. He saw Master He and Master Yen striding forward with their men. He saw them stop when they were 6 meters away from the pretty girl in white, and he saw Master He and Master Yen walking forward alone. TSK, as expected of a person of status. At this time, he was still trying to be polite before resorting to force. He even cupped his fists and saluted the little beauty. What are you cupping for? Hurry up and tear off her clothes. Why are you kneeling on one knee? Do you have to be so particular? Kneel. Rong Shu stared fixedly at this astonishing scene in front of him. He suddenly lost the ability to think, and his whole body was like a stone falling from the eaves. He wasn't wrong. Li He and Yen Shiwei were indeed bowing to Gu Zhuting. Not only him, but countless people on the street also saw it. The scene was dead silent. The cold wind rustled, and the last leaf on the top of the old elm tree was blown off, swirling towards the ground. A crow stretched its neck and cawed twice. Spreading its wings, it flew away from the straw hat-shaped nest. Wei Yongtang was very confused when he heard that Li He and Yen Shiwei had led all the members of the Flood Dragon Gang to the Shungate. Judging from their previous abnormal actions, it was obvious that they were disloyal to the Flood Dragon Gang. Perhaps it was because Jun Rian had suffered a stroke and the Flood Dragon Union had lost its leader, so the two of them were tempted by some big gang and wanted to find a better one. Or perhaps they had reached an agreement to snatch the position of the leader. However, when young Master One was arrested by the government for some unknown crime, they suddenly led all the disciples to attack the Shun Union. This was simply unreasonable. When Gu Zhuting walked out of Ji Hall, many people who were watching the commotion followed her out. Then, they quickly flashed to both sides, making their stand clear. Wei Yongtang also led his men to the side, wanting to see what Li He and Yen Shiwei were up to. In the end, he saw Li He and Yen Shiwei kneel to Gu Zhuting, and then the 2,000 members of the Flood Dragon Gang retreated like a receding tide. Wei Yongtang's mind instantly went blank. It was only when Gu Zhuting helped Li He and Yen Shiwei up and led them to the Shungate's hall. Someone exclaimed, "The Flood Dragon Gang will join the Shungate." That Wei Yongtang woke up from his shock. Wei Yongtang wanted to chase after them. He wanted to ask Li He and Yen Shiwei why they had betrayed the Flood Dragon Gang, but he had only taken 2 steps when an inexplicable chill suddenly struck his heart. How could a mere Shungate subdue Li He and Yen Shiwei? Even if the Shungate was affiliated with the Dugas, small gangs like the Iron Helm Gang and the Six Sails Gang would rush to join them. But the Flood Dragon Gang was different. Li He and Yen Shiwei had given up their positions as vice leaders and were willing to become stewards of the Shungate. The more Wei Yongtang thought about it, the more terrified he became. He felt as if a terrible conspiracy was quietly unfolding on Ba, but he didn't know where the mastermind was. He watched as Li He and Yan Shiwei followed Gu Zhuting into the Shun Gate. He didn't have the courage to take another step forward. Li He had cleansed the Flood Dragon Gang with lightning speed and eliminated the dissenting voices in the Flood Dragon Gang. While everyone was still in shock, he had immediately made the decision to join the Shun Gate. It was actually a very smart move. He had lived on Ba all his life, and no one knew this place better than he did. Every gang here was like a shark. They hunted their prey together and bullied the weak together. But when one of them was injured, it would immediately become the prey in the mouths of its companions, torn apart and eaten by them. The Flood Dragon Gang was now the injured shark. The reason why the gangs hadn't taken action was that everything had happened too quickly. When Chongqing had died without any illness, and Jun Rian had suffered an inexplicable stroke. The two incidents had happened on the same day, and the giant sharks who had smelled the scent of blood hadn't had time to react. If time dragged on, it was hard to guarantee that these gangs wouldn't interfere. Whether they would interfere openly or secretly support someone, he wouldn't be able to control the Flood Dragon Gang anymore. At that time, the Flood Dragon Gang would definitely fall apart. Even if he joined the Shun Gate, it would be difficult for him to guarantee his own interests. Li He was able to hold the power of Chao Quan for a long time even though he had already resigned from his post. This showed how scheming he was. He would either not do anything or he would do it to the extreme. The Gu brothers' threat to his grandson was actually only one of the reasons why he was willing to give in. What really made him make up his mind was the conversation he had with Gu Zhuting. He knew that the other party had powerful martial arts and great influence in the government. That was enough. Li He believed in the saying, "Only a strong dragon can cross the river." Since the other party dared to brazenly kill Master One and force Vice Master Jun to stay in seclusion, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. He was already in his 60s and still had a few more years to live. As long as he succeeded in this matter, he would be able to leave an iron family business for his grandson. Therefore, he took the gamble. The Jiao Dragon Society joining the Shun Gate was the real uproar in Bashang. The entire Bashang was shocked by the Jiao Dragon Society's strange actions. Wei Yongtang hurriedly returned home. Just as he ordered someone to gather all the stewards for a discussion, Su Lin came back from the Wanyan County Yamen with his daughter, Wei Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, what did Wenbin do?" Wei Yongtang went up to his daughter as soon as he saw her. Unexpectedly, Wei Xiaoxiao's face turned green as she said, "Father, don't mention this person to me again. I don't want to know anything about him." She then flicked her sleeves and left. Wei Yongtang looked at Su Lin in astonishment. Su Lin smiled bitterly and said, "No wonder Miss is angry. That young Master One is really..." Sigh. It turned out that the person who sued Wenbin was a member of the Six Sails Gang. This person used to be a member of the Flood Dragon Gang. Once, his son and daughter-in-law were on a ship returning from Yangzhou to Chang'an. Wenbin happened to be on that ship. When he saw that this person's daughter-in-law was quite pretty, he had evil thoughts. In the end, Wenbin failed to get what he wanted. Instead, he was seen by the woman's husband. Wenbin's expression turned ugly when he heard about it. In order to vent his anger, Wenbin tied the couple up and threw them into the river. When he returned, he told the family that the couple broke the rules of the ship and was punished according to the gang rules. The old man was helpless when he heard this. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Gradually, the truth leaked out. When the old man found out about the real cause of his son and daughter-in-law's death, he angrily complained to the leader. How could the leader punish his son? Instead, he expelled the old man from the Flood Dragon Gang. The old man then went to Wanyan County to complain about his wrongdoings, but was rejected because there was no evidence. When Wenbin heard the news, he sent people to break his legs. If he didn't kill the old man, it would have angered both men and gods, and the old man wouldn't have lived until now. However, this was 3 years ago. Why did Yen County suddenly investigate this case? This person was now a member of the Six Sails Gang. The Six Sails Gang had just merged with the Shun Gang. The truth was clear. This was obviously the doing of the Shun Gang. It was the doing of Dugawentao, the helmsman of Tsauko. Based on this, there was probably something fishy about Jun Rian's stroke. If Jun Rian's stroke was fake, it meant that he was afraid of the power behind her. How much power did the other party have? A little girl from the Shun Gang fought against 100 people alone. President Wen died without any illness. This was a show of force. Jun Rian was bedridden from a stroke. She used the power of the government to arrest Wenbin. This was a show of force. They were aggressive and hostile. At this moment, Wei Yongtang didn't dare to underestimate the Shun Gang. However, he didn't think further. So what if the Shun Gang rose? It was just the fall of the Flood Dragon Gang and the rise of the Shun Gang. All the gangs in Ba had a new partner. Could it be that the Shun Gang really had the ability to unify the water transportation and recreate the glory of the Shun Gang at the end of the Sui dynasty? Wei Yongtang shook his head in disdain. He said to Su Lin, "I didn't expect Wenbin to commit such an evil act. How can such a scum be a match for my daughter? I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the Wen family and ask Madame Wen to return the marriage contract. The marriage between the Wei and Wen families will be annulled." Su Lin was stunned. He said in surprise, "Annulled? Then the Flood Dragon Gang." Wei Yongtang snorted coldly. "You've gone to the Yen County Yamen. You still don't know what happened in Ba. Li He and Yen Shuwei led 2,000 disciples into the Shun Gang. The Flood Dragon Gang no longer exists." Chapter 963. Yang Fan was very satisfied with the series of actions that Gu Zhuting had taken regarding Ba. Yang Fan had only given her a goal, a few names of relevant people, and the final result that should be achieved. As for the specifics of how to achieve it, Yang Fan was completely free to let Gu Zhuting do as she pleased. Gu Zhuting was a veteran in Jianghu. She did a better job than Yang Fan of interfering and giving directions. Gu Zhuting persuaded the School of Obedience, absorbed the 7 gangs, and swallowed the Flood Dragon Society in just 3 days. Of course, the next step was to rein in its sharpness and digest the inside. Even if the School of Obedience was originally a giant python, it would still take some time to digest after swallowing a buffalo. Moreover, it had swallowed the Flood Dragon Society, which was more than 10 times stronger than itself. Now that the School of Obedience had merged with the 9 gangs, and with the full support of the Dugu family, it had already become a first-class gang on Ba. It already had the ability to stir up a bloody storm on Ba. The people of Ba said that they were people of Jianghu, but compared to the great Jianghu that was the imperial court, the wild Jianghu was not even a small puddle. Who would lower their heads to look at this small puddle? However, the rolling torrent that was about to engulf Chang'an would start from this small puddle. Living at the top of the imperial court and far away from Jianghu, if the Jianghu and the imperial court were to mix together, what kind of scene would that be? Thinking of this, Yang Fan could not help but smile. Abdullah looked at him strangely and said, "My dear Mu, what makes you smile so happily?" At this time, the two had already left the Qiao family's Hall of Righteousness and were walking side by the Wei River. Yang Fan's bodyguards and Abdullah's warriors followed behind them at a moderate pace. Abbas was the only one following behind the two of them. "Nothing." Yang Fan smiled and said, "I'm going back to Chang'an soon. What plans do you have, Mr. Abdullah?" Abdullah rolled his eyes and said, "I'm also going to the city. My jewelry, slaves, spices, and expensive tapestries can only be sold at a good price in the city." Yang Fan smiled and said, "That's just right. You and I are going the same way. Is Mr. Abdullah going to live in the city?" Abdullah said, "No, no, no. I'm going to the city to discuss business, but the goods are still here. I have to come back at night. Especially today, I met such a charming lady here, so I am even more reluctant to leave." Abdullah beamed with joy. "I want to pursue her passionately, I want to ask Allah to grant us a chance to share a bed and sleep with her." Yang Fan slowly stopped, and the smile in his eyes gradually became cold. "Mr. Abdullah, please don't make fun of my woman anymore. Otherwise, I may really tie you up like an ostrich egg and sink you into the Wei River to draw the rare sweet spring water, even if you are sent by Shen Mu." Abbas looked at the serious Yang Fan in surprise, and then looked at his master. It was rare that he did not interrupt. Yang Fan said righteously, "We men from the Central Plains have always been very petty in this aspect." Abdullah said in surprise, "I did not reveal my identity to you, how did you know?" Yang Fan turned his head to look at the flowing Wei River and said lightly, "Because I am smarter than you think." Abdullah immediately smiled and said, "Good, good, good. General, Abdullah promises you that I will not do anything rude to that lady again." Yang Fan glanced at him and said, "That better be the case. I hope you did not come all the way here just to show off in front of me." Abdullah laughed dryly and shrugged his shoulders. "Actually, I am usually like this. I did not mean to offend General, but you men from the Central Plains are too rigid and reserved when it comes to relationships. You are not humorous enough and not bold enough." Yang Fan frowned and said, "All right, I don't have the time to listen to you. Now that the plan has begun, and Ziyi has been set up, there are still 2 months before the mid-game strangulation, and only 3 months until the dust settles. During this period, I hope that you can fully cooperate with me, and that there will be no mistakes." 3 months? 3 months. A month had passed, and Chang'an had become a world wrapped in silver. Everything had withered, and the pedestrians on the streets had become sparse. It seemed that the whole world had gone into hibernation under the cold winter. But Wu Yizong was busy all the time. He was like a hard-working woodpecker, sometimes flying to the east, sometimes flying to the west, pecking here and there a few times, bang-bang sounds. Under his supervision, the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works were in full swing. The Ministry of Revenue was conducting a census of the population of Chang'an and the surrounding prefectures and counties according to his arrangements. They ordered the prefectures within the Guanyi Pass to report the latest household statistics and to check the amount of grain stored in Chang'an's warehouses. The Ministry of Works was calculating the cost and manpower needed to repair the palace, government offices, widen the roads, repair the city walls, and dredge the moat, as well as the amount of grain needed for transportation in the coming year. Construction could not be carried out during the cold winter. They had to wait until the next spring, which was the beginning of the year and the most important time for farming. So they had to wait for the statistics from the Ministry of Revenue to calculate the number of able-bodied men that could be transferred without affecting the spring plowing. Only then could they carry out the next step. At the same time, Wu Yizong was also in close contact with the generals of the Chang'an garrison. He also wrote to the imperial court, suggesting that troops should be stationed in the Guanyi Pass. It went without saying that the purpose of stationing troops to build the palace and dredge the moat was for the sake of military power. On the other hand, Yang Fan's side was much quieter than Wu Yizong's. Yang Fan seemed to only be interested in his own small territory. He had designated a large area in the northern suburbs of the palace as the barracks for the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion. The area was so large that it could accommodate not just 1,000 horsemen, but even 10,000. In the barracks, he ordered the soldiers to level and widen the drill ground. He built 4 polo fields and 6 kuju courts. If it were not for the heavy snow and the sudden cold weather, Yang Fan would have changed the entire northern suburbs of the palace before the Ministry of Works sent craftsmen over. The people from the Censorate and the Ministry of Justice were still working hard. The emperor wanted to move the capital, so he first had to clean up the officials in Guangzhou and rectify the local law and order. Chen Dong and Sun Yuxuan from the Ministry of Justice, and Hu Yuanli and Shi Yu from the censorate had a clear division of labor. One was in charge of law and the other was in charge of the officials. After the Ministry of Justice's crackdown, the prisons were filled with ruffians and the number of wanderers in Chang'an City decreased sharply. Those who swindle, bully and dominate the market were also severely punished. They also accepted complaints from the people and reviewed all the case files in Chang'an in recent years. During this process, if there were any officials who engaged in corruption or violated the law and order, the case would be handed over to the censorate for Hu Yuanli and Shi Yu to take over. Apart from this channel, Hu Yuanli and Shi Yu could not really clean up the officials' cases. If the emperor wanted to move the capital, he would have to make a big move on the officials in Guangzhou. He would purge some, transfer some, promote some and demote some. The vacated positions would be filled by the emperor's trusted officials. This was for the purpose of political stability. The decision-making power was in the emperor's hands, so they could only catch the small fish and shrimp. Censorate Hu and Shi Yu could only catch the small fish and shrimp, so procurator one could only catch the small fish and shrimp. When Ao had been in charge of the counties under the jurisdiction of the Chang'an local government for a long time. He was arrogant and noisy, but he did not solve many serious criminal cases. Most of them were neighborhood disputes, theft and adultery. Wu Yizong almost laughed his teeth off when he heard that. But even so, the 6 departments of Gong, Granary, Revenue, Army, Judiciary, and Shi were all busy. The Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Justice, and the censorate were all officials who came from the imperial court, so the specific affairs could not be separated from these local officials. Not only them, but the whole Chang'an local government, including the prefectural magistrate Lu Xiantian, was also busy. Later, Lu Xiantian had a brainwave and adopted a people-to-people strategy. He reported to the Ministry of Revenue every day, the junior magistrate to the Ministry of Works, the judge to the Ministry of Justice and the censorate. The 6 officials were on standby in the government, and Chu Tianxing, the military advisor, was in charge of passing down orders and mediating. In this way it was much more orderly. When the emperor was about to move to the west, all the high-ranking officials and dignitaries in Chang'an City used all kinds of means. Some wanted to show off and get promoted, some wanted to escape, and some wanted to take advantage of the good opportunity to bring down their enemies. The whole Chang'an City was in chaos, and the small Jianghu world of Ba, which was ignored by everyone, was not peaceful in the past month. The Shun faction, which had been in decline for a long time, suddenly rose to power. Somehow, it managed to curry favor with the Dugu family. Then, it merged with 8 other factions, including the Flood Dragon Gang, and became a first-rate faction in Bashang. In the past month, the Shun school had been integrating and digesting internally, and some dissidents were eliminated. At the same time, Miss Gu, the helmsman of the Chaoquan school, and Dugu Wanao, the helmsman of the Tsauko school, accompanied Master Qiao to visit all the gangs, and soon formed an alliance with the Life League and the 3 Rivers Society. Because the main members of these 3 gangs were concentrated in the east of the town, they were called ASEAN. And the 5 Elements Association, the Circle School, and the Taiping Gang immediately formed an alliance to oppose ASEAN, and they were called the West League. As soon as the East and West Leagues were established, they began to draw in and annex the small and medium-sized gangs. Wei Yongtang's Tianying Gang chose to join the West League. Once there was a clear division, hostility naturally grew. These boorish Jianghu men usually got drunk and started fights, not to mention now that they had a clear opponent. Fights between the 2 sides occurred frequently, and the friction became more and more intense. One morning, the cold sunlight tore through the clouds, dispersing the darkness on the ground. In a small alley, a few frozen corpses were revealed. These were the gang members of the Circle sect. There was no way to find the culprit, but the people of Jianghu did not need evidence. As long as they were certain that it was you, that was enough. The next morning, 4 gang members of the Three Rivers Society were found lying naked on the street leading to the dock. A layer of frost had formed on their cold bodies. The conflict had escalated. The West League's revenge came so quickly and so ruthlessly. The East and West Leagues were immediately at each other's throat. The gangs spared no expense in recruiting Jianghu masters to settle in Ba, and the situation gradually became chaotic. Chapter 964. On New Year's Eve and the morning of New Year's Day, people in the ancient city of Chang'an stayed up all night to celebrate the new year. Colorful lanterns were hung everywhere in Chang'an, dragons and lions were dancing, firecrackers were set off to ward off evil spirits, and paper money was burned to offer sacrifices to their ancestors. It was a lively scene everywhere. Ba was even more lively than Chang'an, because more than half of the people here were single men without families. They could not stay up all night with their families during the New Year's Day. Naturally, they would go to the taverns with their friends to celebrate the New Year together. In a small tavern, Yang Fan, Renwei, Abdullah, and Abbas sat at a table in the innermost part of the tavern. Originally, Renwei and Abbas did not dare to sit. But in such a small tavern, it would be too much of an eyesore if someone stood beside them to wait on them. So they could only sit. Abdullah frowned and looked at the bustling scene in the tavern. He said loudly to Yang Fan, "You and I are so comfortable in the inn. Why do we have to come here?" His voice could not be less loud. There were people setting off firecrackers on the street outside the tavern. They were the kind of firecrackers with saltpeter added. They were loud and bright, and when they were set off, thick smoke billowed. The tavern was full. There were people singing drinking games, talking and laughing loudly. If he did not shout, Yang Fan would not be able to hear him. Even if he spoke loudly, he had to be in someone else's ears. Yang Fan, who still had a big beard on his chin, said loudly in his ear, "It's so lively here. This is a grand festival for the people of the Eastern Land. You and I don't have families here. What's the point of hiding in the lonely inn? It's better here, haha." The government had been sealed, and the officials had gone to celebrate the new year. That night, Yang Fan disguised himself and went to Ba again. Abdullah shook his head. He did not think much of this Eastern carnival. He approached Yang Fan and asked loudly, "How's the preparation on your side?" Yang Fan said, "The dry wood has been set up, and even the oil has been poured on it. Everything is ready. How is it on your side?" The firecrackers outside the door caused a cloud of choking smoke to roll into the tavern. Abdullah coughed and waved his sleeves to fan the smoke away. He said to Yang Fan, "What else can I do? I've already tied the camel's hooves to the grill. Now, as long as there's a spark, Motherf *Ker, your Three Rivers gang is too arrogant. If it wasn't for the new year, I would have crushed your balls. Bulsh *T. Do you think we, the brothers of the Three River Gang, are afraid of you? Come, as long as you dare to come. Next year's New Year's Eve will be your death anniversary." Before Abdullah could finish his sentence, the guests at the 2 tables beside him, whose faces were flushed from drinking, started to quarrel. Abdullah had just turned his head when he saw cups, plates, bowls, and chopsticks flying. 2 square tables were flipped into the air. 2 groups of men pounced on them and started punching and kicking them. The entire tavern was in an uproar. Soon, the other gangs that belonged to the Eastern and Western alliances joined in the fight. This time, all the tables and chairs were thrown into the air. Renwei had already stood up and caught a table that had been kicked over and placed it in front of him. Although Abbas had a sharp tongue and did not seem to be good at martial arts, he also jumped up and loyally stood in front of his master to protect him. The gang fight in the tavern soon spread to the street. The disciples of various sects who were strolling in the streets for the new year joined in the fight. Some of them had no idea what was going on, nor did they know where the main battlefield was. They only knew that their own people were fighting with their enemies, so they pounced on the enemies who were walking toward them. Chaos quickly spread throughout the entire Ba. The owner of the tavern didn't move. He stood firmly behind the counter and shouted, "We, the Wei River Gang, are not part of the Southeast Asian Alliance or the Western Alliance. We mind our own business and mind our own business. You've borrowed my place to settle your grievances. You've ruined my business and destroyed my property. Please compensate me for the losses." Yang Fan smiled at Abdullah and said, "Look, there are plenty of sparks. Do you still need to look for them?" Abdullah's expression froze and he said in a low voice, "Are you ready to fight?" Yang Fan's gaze slowly shifted outwards. The people fighting in the tavern had already joined the crowd on the street. Countless people were waving their fists, punching and kicking each other. Some people were hugging each other and wrestling on the ground. Their clothes were torn and messy, and their faces were bruised and swollen, but they did not know why they were fighting. Yang Fan said, "From now until the Lantern Festival, the government will be closed and sealed off. During this time, we can let Ba cause a ruckus. After the 15th of the first month, they won't have the chance to be in the limelight." Abdullah took a deep breath and said, "When do we start?" Yang Fan said, "Tomorrow. Today is New Year's Eve. It's a good day. It's better not to see blood." As Yang Fan spoke, he stood up and walked out. Abdullah asked, "Where are you going?" Without looking back, Yang Fan waved his hand and said, "I'm looking for someone to stay up on New Year's Eve." The street was still a chaotic battlefield of scuffles. Yang Fan was like a loach, burrowing into the crowd and disappearing in a few moments. Abdullah grabbed his beard and struggled for a long time. Finally, he let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, "I'm also looking for someone to stay up on New Year's Eve." Today was New Year's Eve, and the 5th day was the 66th birthday of Old Master Qin of the Five Elements Guild, Qin Ziyuan. The Qin family celebrated this year's New Year's Eve especially grand. San Langjun, who had stayed in Yangzhou for a long time, also brought his wife and children back to Ba to celebrate the New Year's Eve and celebrate the Old Master's birthday. The whole family sat around the stove on Sun Qinghuan's knees. Old Master Qin, who had worked hard for half his life, felt very satisfied. As long as this happened every year, he would have nothing else to ask for in this life. His children and grandchildren were very filial. They were very careful in front of him and said things to make him happy. Old Master Qin was very comforted. During this time, the family steward secretly reported that the gangs of the Eastern and Western Leagues were fighting on the streets again. The whole town was in chaos and many disciples of the Five Elements Guild were injured. Qin Delong suppressed this news and said, "Today is New Year's Eve. We have to make the Old Master happy. Even if the sky falls down, we have to deal with it tomorrow." Qin Ziyuan was already in his 60s and did not have much energy. Although he said he was staying up on New Year's Eve, how could he not take a nap? When it was almost midnight, Old Master Qin felt a little tired. He was about to ask his wife to help him rest when the vice steward hurriedly walked in. The sky did not fall down. He was only holding a visiting card in his hand. However, when Qin Delong took it and looked at it, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately rushed over and whispered a few words in his father's ear. There were no words at the place where the visiting card was signed. There was only a picture, a very strange picture. It looked like a boat, but also like a fish on the top of the wave. Qin Ziyuan's expression turned solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Bring him in through the corner door. Father will wait for him in the study." The person was brought into the study. This person was tall and well-built. He was wearing a black bell that covered him from head to toe. There was a bonnet on the collar of the robe that covered his head. When his head was lowered, it was impossible to see his face clearly. When this person entered the study, he lifted his hand and took off the bonnet. Qin Ziyuan, who was hurriedly walking over, was instantly dumbfounded. He recognized this person because this person had once come to his door to sell him some petite and charming maidens. This person was the Arab merchant who had booked an inn in the town. If he had not already checked the visiting card and confirmed that there was no mistake with the secret seal, Qin Ziyuan would not dare to believe his eyes. He composed himself and exclaimed, You are here on young master's orders? Young master is truly resourceful. He actually. Abdullah smiled faintly and continued, Even a who like me can be used by him, is that so? Qin Ziyuan was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly said, I didn't know that Mr. Abdullah was one of us. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Does young master have any orders for Mr. Abdullah to come tonight? 5 Elements Association, Qin Ziyuan, a member of the hidden sect. Currently, the profits from the water transport business were not attractive to the aristocratic families. Based on their connections and abundant capital, they had plenty of profitable businesses to do. However, Shen Mu cared. Shen Mu started from a humble background. In order to fight against the obvious sect, which was much larger than him, he would not give up on any power that could be won over or used, even if it was just a little. Thus, no one knew that the hidden sect had secretly planted an ambush at the water transport port. Back then, Shen Mu supported the 5 Elemental Association because he wanted to develop a new source of income. He also wanted to use the 5 Elemental Association to recruit various heroes for his own use. When the hidden sect gradually grew stronger, Shen Mu no longer cared about the 5 Elemental Association's benefit. From then on, he rarely gave any orders to the 5 Elemental Association. It was until the last food war in Chang, and that the obvious sect and the hidden sect started. To the hidden sect, the 5 Elements Association, which was tasteless and a pity to abandon, played an unexpected role. Back then, in order to defeat young Master Jiang, Shen Mu not only used all his stored rations, but he also borrowed a large amount of rations from the Li clan, Guo clan, and other aristocratic families in Shandong who supported him. He even used some corrupt officials to extort from them. However, even if the rations were obtained, they wouldn't be of any use unless they were transported to Chang'an. Back then, the 5 Elements Association played an important role. This time, what was Shen Mu going to use the 5 Elements Association for? After Abdullah sat down, he slowly said, Recently, many things happened in Ba, and I am here for this matter. Qin Ziyuan was surprised and asked, Young master already knows what happened here? Abdullah smiled slyly and said, He already knew what happened here before it happened. Qin Ziyuan pondered for a moment, and his old eyes instantly burst out with 2 rays of brilliance. Could it be the rise of the smooth sect is young master's doing? Abdullah said, Although it's not accurate, it's not far. Qin Ziyuan was astonished. How can this be? What is young master trying to do? Abdullah smiled wholeheartedly and said, This is the reason why I am looking for you tonight.